Okay, we are live.
Welcome to Chapter 2, Session 6 of our Legends of Generica GURPS campaign. I'm Gigermann, today's GM. And I wasn't entirely ready. But here we are, anyway. Does anybody have any bookkeeping stuff they need to deal with?
Let me double check. You are aware. I know you're already aware of me fixing Magnus because I spent too much on lifting strength.
Right. And I never did actually go back in and look to check and see if that was a standard or not. That being the usual limitation on the number of points difference you can have on a derived skill like that, or derived attribute.
And I don't think it's going to necessarily matter. Last session, I did add an additional point to my leadership skill to improve that to 12 because 11 sucks.
Right.
Beyond that, I'm ready to get to tilting.
I'm going to demand that Andricus actually say what he's going to do.
Talking. I would like to request the purchase of a Rankin acid jet and ice dagger, if possible.
You certainly have used them enough, I think.
Thank you very much.
Getwell actually AFK, or has he just forgotten to come off of it?
That's a good question. I don't think I've actually heard from him.
Yeah, you did. I heard him briefly.
Did we?
He's mocking his brother.
That's true. Maybe I just blew that off. Mark, are you here?
Wow.
He doesn't sound like he's here.
Howdy.
Oh,
Now he
there
sounds
he
like
is.
he's here.
Now I'm back.
Got to remember
Sorry.
that next time
I
to
was
start the stream when he's not here, so he can't interrupt me.
Oh. So I didn't get a chance to interrupt.
Oh, for people that have power stones and stuff like that, you now have a specialized location to track it.
Yeah,
Oh, we
I did
do?
that. I did that thing. I updated the
Where?
rule set.
Main tab, in the secondary characteristics, you've got a resource tab.
Oh.
Dude, that's
Fancy.
where you can put your disapproving looks.
That's true.
Can also put long-term fatigue and all that sort of stuff there as well. I'm sure we'll find other uses for it.
All right. So I have 13 disapproving looks.
All right. If nobody else has anything.
And 6x6 power stone.
Once upon a time, in the land of Clichea, in the kingdom of Generica, in the 12th year of King John the 17th.
What year
3
was
days,
it again?
3 days since returning from Guffin Hall, the company of the Bere are at the Hall of Heroes, meeting with the Guildmaster about an urgent last-minute matter. Bastards.
Yeah. Us. Ever.
Actually, I think technically only Kenrick and Getwell are bastards.
Well, the player that interrupted me is a bastard.
Nuh-uh. His parents were married.
I believe they were properly wed. Thank you.
It's a figurative bastard.
Oh, well, in that case, probably.
Probably.
Right. A bit of catch up.
With your fries?
Indeed. So while you guys were away for the last adventure, right after you guys left the St. Vic's feast, there was actually a bit of a scuffle. Well, not a scuffle. There was some butt hurt going around at the feast regarding the fate of the Bounty brothers.
Right. Those are the ones who are in prison.
Those are the ones that ended up in prison somehow. About the time you guys arrived at Guffinhall, a faction had developed and went to take matters into their own hands, which went rather badly. And now the guild leadership is cracking down on that sort of insubordination.
Man, it's a good thing we're here because it sounds like everybody else is a, cluster in the 12th degree or something. Man,
Every time something happens, you're the only ship in the system.
we're the only good people here. Well, competent people.
Also, on your trip back from Guffinhall, Sir Kenrick will likely have not shut up about the tourney for the whole thing, meaning that anybody who had any sort of questions relating to tournaments will have had those questions answered. If anybody has any questions, you may ask them.
To show off his spear skills.
It's a lance, not a spear.
So he gets to sling his lance around. And nudge, you know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean as I give you a disapproving look.
And 14.
As you guys were returning through Stagwood Castle again, Duke Rickard and his whole family basically were not there, as they had already left for the capital by the time you arrived. As expected. They have been staying at the townhouse in the capital since then, and the place has been bustling with activity. As a side note, knowing that the Duke would not actually say so himself, Sir Kenrick's aunt Anova informed him that he really did want to invite him to the tournament to fight for the Stagwoods, but he had a limited number of slots to fill. And
that's what she said.
Plenty of guys that needed to practice. That needed to practice with their
You
shenanigans.
are not entirely accurate in them, because that means Kenrick will have shut up on the back end of the trip back to the capital.
That is true.
Because he's probably a little disappointed that he's not going to be able to participate.
A small error on my part. Also, as you guys return to the capital, and Dustin had returned to the Wizards Guild, he was there informed by the leadership that he is on the roster to work at the tournament for the Wizards Guild as a judge/inspector's assistant /
What's
gopher.
his duty level?
He's got it at a 9.
Oh, that's why it keeps kicking off.
So, along with many of the other upperclassmen, so his opportunities to actually compete will be severely limited, if allowed at all.
Remind me to find down the first year who put my name down as a joke.
You know who it was. Of course, he's got to work too. So he probably just wanted to share.
Probably.
And last but not least, the monks at St. Medica's Abbey have asked Make-You for permission to shear wagon with the sheep. as it is summer.
Well, I mean, sure. Why not? She
It
It-
looks
she
like
is hot,
wool,
you know.
so
Yeah, I say go for
sorry, I
it.
just realized I forgot a thing. All right. Today is 1/13 early summer. And in the afternoon, Valorous had come calling at the Stagwood townhouse, and he welcomed the Duke there like an old friend and took Sir Kenrick aside and told him to go fetch your crew and meet me at the guild hall, for he has an urgent task to discuss.
Well, I'll see what I can do. I know Dustin was supposed to be working, so he may be
Well,
tough.
the tournament starts in 2 days.
Yeah, but there's going to be plenty of pre-tourney stuff to deal with. But yes, since we started at the Heroes Guild, I'm going to
Indeed.
presume that I was successful in locating everyone.
You were indeed successful, and
I sent up the company of the Bere signal.
Yeah, how would you do that? I guess magic.
And I wish they would stop throwing a frickin' stein. That's not what I wanted. Bear, not beer.
At the Hall of Heroes, in
Aquaman's
Valorous
making a
study,
sandwich.
with Jocko the Spider also present. Jocko explains that a raven arrived less than an hour ago from Sir Kanneth Graveward with an urgent request for protection and escort to the tournament, saying he believed his life was in danger.
Sir,
One second. The message stated he would be camped near a mile marker on the King's Road south of the capital. He fears to stay at an inn. You asked who Sir Kanneth is. He's
No,
an
I'm
old
asking
knight.
the GM whether we know the character. I mean, is it Knigget?
I'm gonna guess not. He's an old knight in service to the Duke of the Riverlands, but he is or was a guild member going way back. I guess you never really leave the guild. And he's calling in an old marker, which the guild must honor. Valorous adds that whatever it is, it must be serious, or he wouldn't have reached out in this way. Says that the mile marker is a half day's ride northwest at least. You guys will have to leave immediately and meet him on the road, and keep the mission to yourselves as much as possible.
So noted.
Does he have any known enemies?
Well, not really. Not that anyone here knows about specifically, but working with the Duke of the Riverlands.
That's Grumpy Bear, isn't it?
That is Grumpy. No, that's not Grumpy Bear. That's Riverlands is Lionhearts.
Oh, great!
So,
It's the Kingpin from Daredevil.
So they're the assholes of the group of the Dukes.
They always pay their bills. They're totally not Lannisters at all. Well, grab our go bags and
Yeah, you guys should just have a locker here. Or maybe you do. All right. Does anybody have anything you need to do before taking off?
Just making sure I'm all geared up. That's all.
this would be standard mission stuffs.
Yeah, one coin each. Possibly more depending on what else needs to be done. But at this point, just getting him back here.
So noted. We're off. We brought the coconuts.
All right, so you guys are going to take off and head northwest on the King's Road and travel through into the night. Oh, right. Is anybody going to get horses that didn't already have them?
Well, I already got mine, right?
Okay, I have a
You got
question
it,
about
Bonnie.
these horses thing. I don't mind renting the horses, but is there a way that we could, not have to buy a horse after buying it 4 times? If I pay an extra 5th coin and say, no, I don't want to pay to keep this horse.
Well, you don't have to keep it, I suppose.
I suppose if he's doing something like that, it could theoretically be like, I don't want to say company or party loot or anything, but Kenrick can probably look after it, because
True. Now this would be a riding horse, but I'm thinking that if you keep renting the same horse and you're not actually interested in purchasing it outright or keeping it yourself, there's probably no reason they can't just hold on to it for you and say, this is basically make use horse over here. They may still rent it out, but it's got your name on it.
Certain number of coins, it becomes your horse. You no longer need to rent it, but they can continue to rent it out when you are not using it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's not exactly what I said, but I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be the case.
I don't
But-
know. I think that's exactly what you said.
But if that's the case and they are kind of renting it out when it's not being used by the player that owns it, do we run the risk of a percentage chance that the horse is not available because it's being rented out?
Only if the GM decides to be an asshole that day.
Yeah, basically.
But then they could give you a rental horse to use.
They could give you a loaner in that case, I would assume.
And then you can throw a fit because, it's not the convertible.
If that is an option, Leo would get a horse that they keep and they can keep renting it out.
You've done that, so that was Kingswood. This would be the 3rd time, I think. All right, so to answer the question, are you all getting horses?
I've already bought my pony.
So
buddy,
you don't have
so-
to. Dustin doesn't have to.
Yes,
He
I
got
guess
bought one,
a
so
horse.
don't have to. All right.
And paid.
If I got one, my horse might kill me.
It has
Wise.
to be suitably, I don't know, a step down.
Or
So-
female. It has to be a female.
Or
horse.
female, potentially. Which
Be a
is an interesting
distraction for Sir
question.
Magnus.
Is Sir Magnus a gelding, I wonder?
Good God, no. They tried that and he killed a man.
All right, so having all gotten horses, that means you will travel a little bit faster, and you will arrive at said mile marker a little after dark. And at the mile marker, after a brief search, you find a pavilion tucked out of the way from the road, and it looks, at least from outside, looks quiet and otherwise undisturbed.
Ho, the tent. Dismount and meander over there, making a lot of noise and calling out.
Do
Is
I
there
see
a
anything
campfire or anything like that?
observe anything out of the ordinary?
Not from outside.
Is there a
The tent
campfire or
isn't-
anything like that?
There.
It is after dark, right?
It is just after dark, and there is no campfire that you can see.
Is there like a fire
Nor
pit,
any smoke or anything like that. There is a fire pit, though.
but it hasn't been tended to?
Doesn't look like it.
What's the
Leo's
knight's name?
going to start looking around.
Sir Kenneth?
Right.
I'll go up and be like, Sir Kenneth,
Yeah,
are you in there?
All right,
Sir
so
Kenneth.
he's already doing that.
Sir Kenrick and
Hello.
Murdoch are definitely going in. Anyone not going in?
Leo will be the last. His suspicions have been sort of triggered, and he's just looking around, and he'll be the last to enter.
Lagging behind a bit. All right, well, your suspicions are validated as you enter the pavilion and find that there is in a chair, reclining and sitting very still, a nobleman.
Make you.
Oh my gosh. He's almost dying.
Really?
Of course it is.
Staring, unblinking.
Wow, he didn't even get any lines in this.
You recognize based on the clothing that this is indeed a nobleman, and this is most likely Sir Kenneth, and he is very much deceased. You will cast your eyes about and see that there are a couple of servants and a squire, all in their beds and unmoving. You will quickly determine that they are also, in fact, deceased.
This one's alive. Wait, nope, he's dead.
All right, can we tell what killed him?
Yeah, anybody have diagnosis?
Well,
I do.
Why would I have something like that? I'm good at, inflicting the damage, not figuring out what inflicted the
Shall I
damage.
roll, sir?
you guys are welcome to make some sort of rolls if you like. Search would be a good one here if you're looking for hidden things. Okay.
Holy cow.
Wow.
Totally freaking wasted. I should have had that 5 on a lance attack.
Sir Kenrick will immediately notice the crossbow bolt, very small, sort of tucked away off to one side there, clearly been shot. Brother Getwell, examining the body, decides that the single crossbow bolt was not enough to kill him, but it very much looks like it may have been poisoned.
Yeah.
Dustin casts
Poison.
about for any sort of magical signature and doesn't detect any sort of fields or anything like that, but he does hone in on a silver hand mirror that Sir Kenneth appears to have dropped. It is it's actually got a reasonably strong magical taint to it.
So basically, as long as he had that in his hand, he couldn't die. And then he made the mistake of putting it down.
Who knows?
Leo will say to he'll say to the group, try not to move around too much. I want to see if there are tracks here.
Murdoch is searching around, and being Murdoch, he starts poking at pockets and that sort of thing, and notices that tucked into Sir Kenneth's boot appears to be a letter. Leoden casts about for tracks of potential assassins, and he doesn't find any. However, it does kind of look to him like maybe it was covered. Like there's evidence that there might have been somebody here, but they covered their tracks.
So then Leo will say, someone has been here and they have deliberately concealed their movements.
You'll also notice that it looks like the place has been rummaged.
So what does the letter say?
So you are immediately going to break the seal and open this letter.
Oh, okay. I will. Dustin, Brother Getwell, is this magical?
I'll handle the letter. See if it seems to give.
You don't have magery, do you?
But
We
I
had-
give off
we
other
had that.
tinglies.
We had that discussion,
And it was
and
never.
I still haven't.
Yeah.
I still haven't resolved that. You don't get any holy tinglies out of it, and
I will check it for
I'm going to give the
tinglies.
GM a disapproving look because he hasn't gotten around to figuring that out.
I did give it a few more thoughts.
Well, technically, the magic sense that Dustin did, wouldn't that have satisfied for the letter?
He was,
Normally, you have to handle it. Cast Aura Sight, is that right?
Yeah,
or
I don't
something
remember
like
what it
that.
is in GURPS.
Okay, I Dustin, does this have magic?
Does this smell of magic to you?
It does not.
It does not.
Then I will open it.
And I'm going to do, well, he does that and violates someone's privacy. I'm going to go look at the mirror.
Oh, is there a mirror?
You don't look any different. As you start to open the letter, you realize that it feels like it's probably been opened before, like somebody's done the use steam to loosen up the wax, and then resealed it afterward. You're about to
Okay.
read it when someone suddenly darkens the tent flap and pops in. It's a hooded man in black and says, "What's all this? Who are you?" As he pulls down his hood.
All right, so the player recognizes him. Does the character know who he is?
Sir Kenrick has seen this guy, at least in his campaigns with the Crownsford, Battle of Crownsford and stuff like that. This guy is clearly one of the king's advisors. Although you may not know him by name.
Yeah, so I will probably step forward and identify myself. Sir Kenrick Woods. I haven't. Think how I'd phrase that. Do not believe I have the pleasure, sir. Wait, no, he wouldn't call him sir because sir would have.
It would be
Sir's,
master.
Would be, yeah.
Master something. Master Traveler, perhaps.
Neighbor.
Or something like that. Says he identifies himself as Umbris, the king's seneschal, who was here to meet with Sir Kenneth, who appears to be dead.
Yes.
And he starts looking around the scene while he's talking to you.
Master Valor has sent us here to escort Sir Kenneth, but unfortunately, as you can see,
He looks at the dead nobleman and mumbles to himself, "You bastards."
You know what's going on.
What does
Is
the
that-
letter say?
Did you find that letter with him?
I would like to read the letter before I give it to him. What does the letter say?
He snatches it out of your
That's-
fingers.
I
No,
would
I'm
not
not
let him
sure.
snatch it out of his hand. He would have to forcibly try to take it out of my hand.
Are you going to try to resist?
Yes. Yes, I
Fail.
would resist.
Murdoch.
He yoinks it.
I am readying my axe. Give that
No,
back.
you're not. Stand down. This is the King's Seneschal.
I don't care who he is. He's showing disrespect.
He glances over it quickly, and
Stand down.
as Murdoch is complaining, and says, "This is dire indeed." And he starts looking around and thinking, and hands the letter back to Murdoch. And he looks Sir Kenrick up and down.
No,
And-
I already know where this is going.
He starts he goes over to the table and grabs some parchment and starts scribbling down something. Looks like he's writing a letter for himself while he continues to speak. And says, "You must attend the tournament in Sir Kenneth's place.
What? No.
You have to take up his clothes and armor and this letter that I'm writing here, and keep it hidden like the one you found. Everyone must believe that Sir Kenneth still lives."
You know nothing about the knightly oath, then, do you? The oath in the measure specifically says, "Speak the truth always." Donning this man's arms and armor and pretending to be him would be a lie.
I hereby proclaim that your name is now Sir Kenneth. Now you don't have to lie anymore.
I don't think that's how that works.
Speak the truth always, even if it leads to your death. And besides, I would have to have his armor resized. I mean,
So what does the letter
ride
say?
his horse.
What does the letter say?
Then do not
Right.
speak.
We can always make it look like you have a neck wound that's keeping you from speech, and one of us can speak for you.
Hold on. I would tell you that is. Damn it! Where did I put that? Basically, it's the letters, some kind of allegory. It's in code. So it's some kind of weird story that you don't understand. Umbrus will say that the letter speaks of a plot to kill the princess of Generica, the king's daughter. And in order to find out who's truly
she the hot
responsible,
one?
well, there's
Having
only
a
one
good
daughter.
improving look.
Zing.
In order to find out who's truly responsible for this, we have to draw the assassins out. And in order for that to happen, they must believe that Sir Kenneth is still alive. Would it help you if I said I speak in the name of the king?
Ooh. That's the player wasn't thinking about that angle. Okay, so the oath specifically states this is the player thinking out loud and trying to avoid completely derailing the the adventurer there. The oath specifically states, okay, you have to be truthful, and donning the stuff, pretending to be the dude, is a blatant lie. However, the code of honor chivalry is going to, explicitly, state, okay, you need to obey your king or your lord. So there's a clash there. My first thought is to potentially propose an alternate where everybody or they he actually goes in as Kenrick, who is standing in Kenneth's stead as like a second in a duel, because okay, now I got to figure out how to phrase this without lying. There was an incident on the road, and due to his injuries, he is unable to ride.
Well, but this is him musing to himself.
Yeah, this is him musing to himself, and the player trying to find a way around the issue with the truthfulness. Because if there's one thing that all of the other PCs are aware of, and it probably irritates the snot out of some of them, like get well, is Kenrick doesn't lie. Kenrick doesn't lie. He will tell you, flat out the truth all the time, and it's kind of.
Can we
irritating.
have someone else pretend to be Sir Kenneth? Can we have like Dustin or Brother Getwell?
Dustin has his duty kicked off, so he's not going to be available.
Even then, I lack the skills to do so.
And
well, at the king's command, I'm pretty sure he could be freed of his duty.
There are the issues of physical dimensions.
Yeah, and that was the other thing that I was thinking is, if he's going to be wearing the dude's armor, that means the armor is going to need to be resized, because you can't just swap them. And he'd have to wear it right as horse, which would piss off Magnus. And Magnus is very distinctive looking. That's why I was thinking of potentially having the alternate angle of, yeah, I'm standing in as second. Where is he? There was a military or a brother who was with him last I saw.
It could just be that coincidentally you and Sir Kenneth have exactly the same build and the armor fits like a glove. Go figure.
I
Wouldn't that
suspect
be funny?
that would be the pretty generic way to go about it.
Leo will say, if you are playing a role, is that a lie? When the thespian gets up
This
on
is
stage,
deception.
it is deception, but it is not a lie.
That's what a lie is. A lie is a deception.
On the battlefield, do we not deceive our enemy to achieve the mission?
Princess's life is at stake here, man. Get your act together.
If it'll help,
Are you
I'll
going to
absolve
allow
you.
this princess to die for your telling the truth?
You know nothing about being a knight.
That is a correct statement. You told the truth.
So
No.
out of character.
Stop hot
Somebody
miking,
hot
Mark.
micing. Out of character. What the GM is planned to do was to take the failure on the truthfulness check as a penalty to any attempts to actually deceive somebody, assuming the player decides to go ahead, and incidentally also as a bonus when he's trying to avoid having to.
If Sir Kenneth were to request that you fight in his stead as him, would it then be alive?
See, that would be the angle that I would probably be trying to work my way around, like where he's, because in a duel, a knight can have a second in case the guy who's about to duel like gets super sick or something like that. So the second would step forward.
What about if Sir Kenneth said, "I need you to fight as me. I want you to betray me"?
Can't.
But if he did say that, would that gel sync with your truthfulness?
As the question of acting as Sir Kenneth's second comes up, Umbris will add that he doesn't really care how you make it happen, as long as everyone believes that Sir Kenneth is still alive. That's the only thing that matters.
Well, what we could do is have his tent, make it look like he's in his tent at all times, and I'm his medicant, and you're his second. And if anyone tries to break in, well, we just have somebody gets to either pretend, or we just keep everyone out of his tent. We say he fell ill on the trip, so hence why he's being attended to, but he's not, we also don't want disease to run rampant, or I don't know, maybe disease might not be the route to go.
So I was in the process of typing something up in Google
or
Docs.
he fell off his horse and he got injured on the way. And
what kind of knight falls off his horse like that?
You're going into a lot more detail than I would, because this is the thing that I was typing up once I started going, oh, I see. As soon as we walked in, I'm like, okay, I know what Daniel's doing now, because I think I know how he thinks. I started typing. Let's see if this is actually going to work. Why didn't it work? Or, following that.
Right. Okay.
I want to lie without actually, I'm going to tell the truth. It's just, But yeah, I tend to side with Mark's idea, where it's like, if Kenrick is, out there, we make it look like, hey, there's he's in the tent.
Umbris will add to that well, perhaps you can ride in his livery in his honor, and maybe that will fool some who aren't privy.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is there for the second, is there anything saying that you can't do that?
I don't think so. If
Nope.
you're actually riding in his place, you are riding in his name in a way. So you are representing who he is.
Without knowing any specific instances of that sort of thing, I would say that as far as the GM is concerned, it seems perfectly reasonable for something like that to happen. So
then that should be the way we go. That way I can actually ride my horse.
Indeed. Let's see here.
Although he's definitely less than enthusiastic about it. I have to keep him. Let's see. So it's not going to be fail by 5 because I added a
-3. So you'll get a -2 if you actually try to lie, and +2 if you're trying to avoid it.
He doesn't have fast talk or anything
so,
like
for
that.
instance, if you were just using stealth to not have to answer a question, you get the +2 on that. And all right, so Umber says, all right, do this, and the assassins should reveal themselves. But be wary, of course, lest you share his fate. I will see to the dead here. Go now and seek out Sir Kenneth's man, Truvio of Rightley, in Reading. Tell him a sparrow bade me come to you, and he will help you in my name and that of the king.
Let's see. We're going to need to take the pavilion, aren't we? To cover the stuff up.
As you look around, you note, having been experienced with tournaments to some degree, that it doesn't look like all his stuff is here, and Umbrus will confirm that indeed most of his gear had been sent ahead with Truvio.
Okay.
You could tear down the pavilion and take it with you. That might help sell the story, but that's up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to presume that we probably do need to take the pavilion then. You said
All right.
Truvio?
Truvio. So you guys it was just after dark when you got here, so the question of whether or not you're going to stay here and leave in the morning or leave immediately after you tear everything down. There is a wagon.
Let's see. That's a really good question. My initial thinking thoughts there is we probably want to try to arrive under cover of darkness, so nobody will actually, or fewer people will note, hey, they seem to be missing some people.
True.
The other aspect, if we're
What? You got the other aspect and then you cut off.
we're trying to pretend that Sir Kenneth is still alive, right? So are we taking his
Correct.
body with us?
we
can do Bernie's.
There you go.
Are you
Are we
gonna
gonna tie him to his horse?
ask Umbrus for the body?
That I don't know about that.
Do I have like general repose or something like that?
I don't know.
I don't
do
think you have a spell to help with that.
Right now, Leo is whittling some sunglasses.
He would recommend you probably take his clothing.
Yeah. Do that and like create a mannequin to stick in the tent.
Or we could have Dustin dress up in his clothing and just sit in there. Or Brother Getwell. Murdoch will be the guard at the gate, at the tent entrance, making sure nobody gets in.
All right, so you guys are taking the clothing? And when are you leaving?
I think now would be good. Like you said, we arrive on
tear
the
down the
cover
tent
immediately.
now. Yeah.
All right. All right, then. Side note, out of character.
Nice. Let's see. There are probably 2 players who don't get that.
I get it. It's from
Well,
that
you're
game.
not one of the 2.
Ah,
I figured it's probably Brian and Paul who don't necessarily get that. How do you spell Truvio?
Truvio.
Hey, good guess.
Right. Sometime in the morning, preferably before sunup, on Tuesday the 14th, you arrive at Reading.
Truvio was his what?
He's one of his servants.
Duke Villadus of the Riverlands seeks to kill Princess Damsel of Generica. I don't get it. What are we missing here?
Nothing.
Are you missing something?
You just haven't played Crusader Kings 2, so you don't get the reference Daniel was throwing there.
Oh, got it. As in like the background?
Well, basically,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the graphics there.
You know, the
But
quality
that is
of their
essentially what the letter says.
the quality of their letters is way ahead of their time. You know, they have color imagery and print and
Blah blah blah.
No, they always go to the same scriptorium where they've got a priest there, brother Xerox.
And he is awesome.
He
It
does
appears
really
so.
good tiny portraits.
That's the what is it? The brother Xerox at the Kinko's Abbey.
Mm-hmm. You will arrive. It's a small town. There are actually two towns, Reading and Bluestead. In between them is the tourney field. This is the big generic tourney field that they always use for these things when they're in the capital. The two towns are like a league or two south of the capital, so you've been through there a bunch of times. And you go to find Truvio, and you see him at an inn, and he comes out and sees the horse and the wagon and all that stuff, and he comes over all happy, starting to greet his old friend, and sees that you are not his old friend. And his countenance darkens and demands to know, what is this?
What was the code thing? Something about a sparrow.
Something about a sparrow.
A sparrow made
A
me
sparrow
come to you.
bade us to come to you.
Made me
I
come
think-
to you. A sparrow
Bade.
made me come to you.
I think he said bade.
No, a sparrow made me
Made
come
me.
to you.
Okay.
And the PCs argue a little bit about what the actual line is. Meanwhile, his countenance changes to one of horror, and he begs, what has happened? Come with me quickly. You must tell me everything. You guys are directed out to the pavilion that's been prepared for Sir Kenneth. And
Hey, we brought another
inside,
pavilion.
inside, he has you tell him the story. I presume you are not holding anything back.
How did we know this was Truvio?
He,
Apart from the fact that the GM said you met him.
you were looking for him. He came out and started talking to you, and you're like, "Are you Truvio?"
Presumably Umbrus also sort of said, yeah, he's a shortish, tallish, thinnish,
Right.
fattish man.
He told you what to look for. Bald guy, kind of chunky.
Do you say thinnish, fattish man?
Yeah, have you not seen that commercial? It's like an old, I think it's an old beer commercial where these dudes are trying to get in on this party, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we know that guy," and they're just, "Yeah, tallish, shortish, thinnish, fattish guy,"
Got it.
because they don't have a freaking clue.
As you fill in Truvio on the story, he mutters a curse on the whole Lionheart family. Did they find the letter?
How did he know about the letter?
That's a good question. You might ask him.
I'm gonna. Yeah, how did you know about the letter?
Sir Kenneth had said that he had come by evidence, a letter that implicated the Lionhearts in this plot. Although I don't know the details.
Actually, I
He
think
was supposed
Murdoch
to
still
deliver
has
it
the
to
letter.
Umbrus here. Actually, no, now, well, okay.
Because Umbrus, you said Umbrus gave it back to
Backtrack
him.
just a little bit. Umbrus will trade Murdoch the letter. Umbrus is keeping the real one. He gave you the fake one.
No, you gave me the real one.
I gave you the real one initially, and then he said, "Here, take this one instead."
That's not what you said. But I'll let it be. You're the guild, GM.
Now
I
I'm
just
confused.
fast forwarded back, and now we're fast forwarding back forward.
Now I'm confused.
That was
Where
really
did
confusing.
the real letter come from? I thought there was just one letter.
He was writing a letter as he was explaining things.
Murdoch will give them the letter explaining what happened.
Now, of course, you know that this is a fake letter, and that you gave the real one to Umbrus. And mentioning Umbrus, he knows exactly who you're talking about. King Spymaster.
Spymaster. We presumed. And also there was the mirror that I think Dustin still has.
Oh, you have the mirror.
He's a hoarder of magical things.
I don't hoard them, I collect them. There is a small but passionate difference.
He has you show him the mirror. And as you do, he says, yes. It's a shame it didn't do him any good.
Wait, what's it do?
Well, if you turn it 3 times, it'll reveal the true form of whatever it sees.
There is no way there's no way Dustin's not going to do that when he says to do that.
No.
And what are you looking at?
Murdoch.
Oh, he'll point.
And we
at
all
himself.
shriek in horror. It looks like Murdoch. It didn't change.
Actually, if you look at Murdoch, it looks like his face is on fire.
That sounds like it might be worth a fright check for Dustin. I'm not
Maybe.
trying to screw him over at all, am I?
That mean we all run over to Murdoch and start, slapping his face to try and put the fire out?
I'm not looking at that.
I think he needs an ointment for that.
It's probably worth a try.
He'll see in the mirror that his face is on fire, and then take out a thimbleful of water and just splash it, and it grows to a larger volume and hits him in the face.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna.
God bless you!
respond to
I'm
that.
already awake.
I do apologize for my subordinates here. They're Master Truvio. I don't know what his level is or his rank is.
He is lowborn.
So Master is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And we will
raises an eyebrow.
It's like, what did you do that for?
When magical studies call, action must answer.
Yeah, I do kind of want to know why you did that.
Well, if the face is on fire in his mirror, I wondered if pouring water on him in reality would put out the fire that's on his face in the mirror. It turns out, no.
What fire are you talking about? I am not on fire.
You gonna show him?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see your face is on fire in the mirror.
See?
No wonder why I can start fires. That's cool.
And you remember why.
Oh, I do?
He doesn't remember his background.
Yes, the player doesn't remember his background. That's where you were burned by the demon, and there may be a little bit of it left there. And as you realize that, you realize you don't want people looking at you with that thing.
So I actually am. Wait a minute, 1 second. Okay, I don't break it, but I'm like, this is too dangerous for you, Dustin. Let me just, hide this and stuff it away.
No, I will definitely step in and be like, no, that's Dustin's. Leave it alone, Murdoch.
It's ours. He just
no.
Okay, you agree to dwarf.
It belonged to the late Sir Kanneth. That means it belongs to his family.
So
True.
I'll give it.
It is in Dustin's keeping and not yours.
I'll give it to Truvio because he is the person who served Sir Kanneth. Can you make sure that gets to his rightful owner?
And Truvio will put up his hand and say, "No, you hold on to that. I think you may need it."
Okay, so
Stop.
Murdoch will
Just-
hold on to it.
We're going to have to kick him out of the party. No wonder nobody liked him.
All you got to do is pay him.
No, whoever is going to be at the, like in the tent, should probably hold on to it.
And kind of flip it every time someone comes
right.
in.
Exactly. Yeah, so we'll fill in Truvio with.
So then Murdoch will be holding on
Umbus's
to it because
plan.
he's staying in the tent, and Dustin's going to have to head off for his duty.
Which is
Speak- The hand mirror to the party sheet. It does not indicate the enchanted nature of it, though. I suppose I could change
Chapman!
that.
So we're going to relate to Master Truvio Umbris's plan.
Right.
And our adjustment, such as it is.
Ah, I see. Well, he will inform you that the entry fee has already been paid, and obviously the pavilion space is set up. They'll get the rest of it all in place. Truvio says he will accompany Sir Kenrick at all times and get him necessary info as needed.
Agreed.
You guys will go get signed up.
Hey,
in
where's
the
our
morning.
picture of Truvio?
He is not picture worthy.
Not
How do you know
important
that?
enough.
I may keep him around afterwards.
He may not want to be kept. Oh, that reminds me. Damn it. Falling down on the job.
You totally are. It's been so long, thanks to Brian, that we forgot how to play, other than argue a lot.
Right. You guys will go get Sir Kenneth signed up for the events that he's going to compete in after sunup in the morning. And we'll figure that out. In the meantime, he will show you to Sir Kenneth's suit of armor, which looks something like that. It is full-on jousting armor.
Right. So it doesn't have a shield.
You can use a shield, or not. He does have a small metal shield that goes with it. I'm looking for things here. Hold on. Damn it, I thought I put that on the stupid list. All right.
Daniel screwed up.
So I will add these things to the party sheet. And basically that is the bulk of what you need to know. So that particular harness weighs 59.2 pounds. And the torso DR is 11.
Right. Well, I'm looking. The sheet, jousting harness.
Yeah, this has a full great helm, one of those that needs to be bolted on, and obviously it's got the heavier front plate, or the front of the cuirass.
So that is, so it's basically, it's just torso. Okay.
That's all I listed on there because
But it's actually
it's a whole
the
bunch
whole
of stuff.
So it's the whole thing.
Yeah. It's the entire suit. So the torso is DR11. A lot of the other parts like DR5, DR4, yada yada yada. The helmet, the great helm, where you wear the skull cap underneath it, and total it's DR like 17 with your skull.
Well, that sounds good to me. I don't want to get hit in the head. I'm still not super comfortable wearing this garbage. I'd rather wear my armor, but
it is however tailored to Sir Kenneth, and he says you will probably have to try to get it fitted for you if you know an armorer perhaps.
yes. How far away is the guild?
There's an armorer sitting right next to you.
Hello.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot you were there.
Fortunately, it only needs to be taken out a little.
All right. I'll get to work on it.
Actually,
It shouldn't take you that long.
I do sort of want to.
Do you want me to roll any specific skills or just say it's going to get done?
Let's see. What is your skill level at?
So I have
You
armory.
are at a 10.
I have smithing.
So you can make an armory body armor roll at +4 because it's routine. And it'll probably take you the rest of the night to get that sorted. But it'll be done and proper. So you will be the shield bears the livery of House Graveward, and
what do you mean a little bit?
Oh.
He's actually an inch and a half shorter than I am.
Sheesh. No, he isn't. And there's it's a really nice set. It's not like super expensive as far as armors go, but it's got a little bit of engraving on it here and there. It's got this little skull necklace sort of embossed on the gorget, and the family motto, Memento Mori.
You're having entirely too much fun with
Always dying.
No, it's a reminder of death.
Wow. So thanks to that, I have to recalculate potential lance damage.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going from medium encumbrance to light encumbrance, so that means my horse is not carrying as much.
Interesting. I hadn't considered that. The benefits of purpose-built armor. But it is way expensive if you look at the price. And for anybody watching, FYI, I've basically ripped off the 15th century German Ritter loadout from Loadouts Low Tech with a couple of tweaks. And it was a pain in the butt to figure it out in GCA because the pauldrons are weird. But never mind that. All right, so the thing we need to deal with for the tournament is how you are going to present. How are you going to present Sir Kenneth to everyone else? Probably ought to write this down.
Injured, as stated.
So you are going to be behaving normally, and Sir Kenneth is back in the tent. He can't joust because he is injured/sick.
Yeah, there was an incident on the
plan.
road, and that prevents him from being unable to ride.
The lions ate him.
Lions ate him.
I so want to use that somewhere.
damage is it going to change?
So the other part of that is how you guys are going to conduct yourselves during the tournament. So whether or not you're going to split up and meet back somewhere, or you're all going to stay together. If Sir Kenrick is going to be jousting in his place, then he's going to need a squire. And there's the other question of where are you going to be telling everybody?
But we're going to be telling everybody that Sir Kenneth is resting in his tent, recovering from his wounds. So Sir Kenrick has to, do the tournament in his stead. So Murdoch's probably going to stay back at the tent to guard Sir Kenneth.
Make sure nobody interrupts him while he's trying to rest.
Correct.
Unfortunately, that leaves the person who is probably the least personable, in case somebody who does know him come there.
And the other thing to remember here is you are attempting to draw out assassins, so you are expecting to have somebody with hostile intent show up at that tent.
Exactly.
Do Dustin and or Getwell have any spells that can be cast in the area for alarm or something like that?
Let me check.
There is one other question while you're seeing to that, is whether or not you're going to advertise Sir Kenneth's condition or just tell people that ask.
Only people that ask. I do not have anything like an alarm or anything, unfortunately.
Let's see. So with regards to the squiring thing, that's just basically to hand up a lance and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, all this stuff, all this servant-y stuff.
Truvio could probably do that.
Yeah, he might be able to. We can't count Dustin toward this because of his duty, where he's going to be showing up and then disappearing and then showing back up because he's got to go play Quidditch or something. How is the tourney actually going to play out? Is it I'm presuming it's more than a week, stuff like that?
It is going to last a month.
Ooh, boy.
So all the way up to the wedding.
So
Damn, that's a long tournament.
It is a long tournament.
So are there phases where, because I seem to recall you mentioning offline, stuff like archery contests, melee contests, stuff like that, the other PCs may want to try to get involved in.
Drinking contests?
So, for the record, as I said, it's going to take the tournament in its entirety is going to be over the month. And there are, at this point, going to be in excess of 100 knights actually competing in the tilting part of it. Now, when you have that, you've also got squires who will also have their own joust, and you've got guildsmen from the city and that sort of thing. So basically, it's going to be round the clock jousting as far as the tilt yard is concerned. You've also got other stuff going on, like knights doing passage of arms.
A bunch of dudes playing with their lances.
So you'll have knights that'll station themselves outside of a gate or something like that and do passage of arms there, where you have to fight them to get through, or or be branded a coward, yada, yada, yada. You got all the non-jousting stuff like the quintain and that sort of thing, all the practice stuff. So there's contests for that. You got dueling with all kinds of weapons. So axes, swords, whatever. These are the foot duels. You got wizardry contests. You've got archery contests, falconry, horse racing. And then there's all the informal shit like boasting contests and drinking.
Oh, is there like
contests
a
and stuff like that?
What is it, like not a storytelling or what joke telling or
Boasting?
something
Yeah.
like that? Boasting. Ooh.
Yeah, so that stuff is going on throughout this month. Some of them, a lot of those smaller contests like that, they're like 1 or 2 days or something like that out of the whole thing. And that's just the official stuff. And there's the unofficial stuff because people do stuff all throughout. It's like feats of strength or skill stuff. Like there's a lance throwing contest.
So I do have another question with regards, since there's magic in this world, what are the official rules on, like healing and such like that during tourneys?
No magical enhancements during the actual thing itself. Healing afterward is perfectly fine though.
So it's like after the three turns?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I was wondering if I needed to recommend that Brother Getwell accompany Kenrick.
Oh, I'll make sure I'm near.
Still might be not a terrible. I think he's one of our best bullshit artists too. So we probably kind of need him at least near the tent as much as possible to intercept somebody. And then if they go, "Oh, where's he? Can I talk to him?" And then he throws in some quasi medical jargon.
Well, I'll tell you that you've got your pavilion where you're sleeping, or where the knights would be sleeping, but there's also the staging area so you've got your little lean-to set up at the staging area where you've got the arms set up on the post, and so that's where somebody comes by and taps the shield and says, "I'm challenging you," that sort of thing. That's all at the list area.
Right.
So more than likely Getwell will be over there.
What about Leo? What's Leo doing during this?
General plan.
Like shaming everyone at archery.
Nah, Robin Hood's going to show up. I've read enough of these.
Now you do have to decide whether or not you're going to try to compete in something, because you will have to sign up
Murdoch
for it.
would be interested in like the one of the foot combats for axe and mace and shield or something like that.
Yeah, you can totally sign up for that.
Just trying to work out whether Leo would be a show-off who wants to prove himself.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're going to have a rotating group of people at the pavilion to try to keep an eye. It's really too bad we can't get in contact with Umbrus, who could potentially add some additional bodies. Not corpses, but additional eyes. People keeping an eye out.
Now you might be able to find Jocko.
This is true. What was the thing that we were supposed to say to the beggars or something like that?
Do you know time? The widow's son?
Yeah. Should probably send word through that, see if we can get somebody there.
Assuming he doesn't change the code every day.
Yeah. But yeah, so Kenrick is totally willing to end up enlisting some of the guild guys by burning 1 or 2 of his coins.
And actually, you will probably want to at least send somebody back to the Heroes Guild to let them know, or find somebody here from the Heroes Guild and let them know that you've arrived.
So do that, and Kenrick is willing to pay. Actually, end up, I guess, getting rid of or getting nothing out of this one, but pay like 2 of the coins to get some additional assistance to keep an eye out. Act like servants / squires / whatever.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, that's probably good enough for a general purpose. So make you is basically going to be squiring at this point. I think that's probably good
Sweet.
enough.
You can
right,
totally
so
do the talking up everything.
there are going to be days off. They will not be competing on Fridays and Sundays. Those are church days. So some thought should be given to those off days, how you're going to conduct yourselves then.
Well, it depends on how badly I've gotten knocked around.
True. And so you guys basically take the whole night to sort that out, get the armor fitted, and everything looks good for the morning. So you're not going to have much sleep, but you'll be ready to go.
All right, as the GM, are you able to understand Dwarvish?
Yes, I can read that. Yeah.
Anybody else able to read it?
No, I don't think dwarves teach. Yeah, he said during the thing with the paladin guy that dwarves don't usually teach non-dwarves their language.
This is true.
Hey, I remembered a thing.
You did remember a thing. You remembered a couple of things. Good for you.
Good for me.
Cookies.
I'm gonna twist my arm and wrench it, patting myself on the back.
It's probably overdoing it a bit. 3-day, 15 early summer, and also happens to be the early summer feast day. And the tournament is officially getting underway. As stated in the morning, Truvio will go to get kind of signed up, and will let the officials know that Sir Kenrick will be jousting in his stead due to injury.
Too bad we don't have any kind of illusionary stuffs.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, one of the things Getwill will do is look around and see if he finds anyone around in the tournament, or like some innocent sod that has very similar features to the dude. We might, knock him out,
walk around and
yeah, or pretend like he is, or knock him out.
No, you could be sentencing
peaceful
that
sleep.
guy to death.
That may have been one of the things we sent word to Jocko for, to get somebody to get a body double.
We just need someone who, like I said, or I can just go and peaceful sleep, and he just sleeps through for a month.
Unfortunately, what if the assassins come in and actually get him? Yeah.
That's a risk I'm willing for him to take.
I'm not.
I'm joking.
That's why we're gonna get a body double from the guild.
So the way the tournament works, as far as the joust goes, is for each segment, there's going to be the first segment that's going to be elimination. It's going to take over like the first 2 weeks to cut the knights down to about half, and then that half will move on to the next round.
I don't think it's very safe for you, because they're going to cut you in half there, Kenrick.
Yeah, I know, right?
And everybody gets one challenge, but you can be challenged by any number of others, depending. And it's all based on cred, your street cred. So if you're new and you participate in all the stuff like the Quintain and the Passage of Arms and stuff, you're building cred. So when somebody comes to get you, they'll come after you. Or someone higher up might be more likely to accept your challenge should you challenge them. And that sort of thing will figure into whether or not you're credited with a win, if there's like a tie or something like that. And with that, as Truvio comes back from signing up Sir Kenrick in Sir Kenneth's place, he says that Sir Kenneth would not likely be participating in a lot of the side stuff. He's a veteran turnier and he doesn't need the extra cred. He would normally wait to use up his first round challenge and see who's climbing the brackets. And then he would want to challenge somebody decently worthy at that point. But his veteran status gives him some priority, so he doesn't have to do the little stuff.
But how does
Given
that
that
play?
Given that you are jousting in his place, you are considered to be his equal at that point. So it's, if somebody challenges you, they're challenging him.
Right. Okay. Well, then I will defer to that and keep an eye out. And ideally, Kenrick doesn't actually dislike anyone other than maybe Murdoch sometimes, and get well sometimes. Yeah, but that's a disad where it's like a grudge. Because it's an enemy, but
it's
Corkoval enemy.
I would say he doesn't necessarily dislike Sir Robin. He just knows Sir Robin dislikes him.
Right. No, he totally wants to, if at all possible, he wants to unseat one of his cousins.
Indeed.
Just for bragging rights.
Of course, if you unseat your cousin, he's out of the tournament.
And then, it's lots of, smack talk. You're
all
telling me that you don't think Mark would totally do that to Paul?
I asked a question to you, the GM. I did it in Dwarvish so nobody else would know what I'm saying, but would you be able to respond to that?
Oh, I would answer that absolutely yes.
You could totally, what you can do instead, Paul, is you could totally go /W space GM and then space and then put whatever.
I'm looking at two different things, so I wasn't actually looking at the chat at the time. So to confirm, Sir Kenrick is going to basically sit out the little stuff in the first week or so.
Because he is representing Sir Kenneth.
Is anybody else planning to sign up for a specific contest at this point? I know
Leo probably will for the archery.
Okay, so Leo is definitely in on archery. Is Murdoch definitely in on the melee axe? Probably?
Yeah, melee axe mace. Yeah, I'll
do
it,
bro.
One of those. Yeah.
All right, I will consider that in force. And Dustin is going to be busy, and obviously, as part of the judge cadre, he won't be allowed to compete in the Wizard Circle duels and stuff.
Also, if there's a beer drinking contest, he's in, and also if there's like a brawling or whatever contest, he'd be interested in that too.
You do like wrestling or something? That's cool. As far as the drinking goes, there are going to be drinking contests all over the damn place, but none of them are going to be official. Now, I believe in all these contest cases, you are going to be expected to pay an entry fee. I'm not going to bother about it right now, but know that you had to pay some money to get in. It's probably not going to be exorbitant. I think that's typically based on your status. Dustin is going to be assigned to assist Magister Arate, who is a by the book perfectionist.
Oh, Captain Button has a point. Does anybody have gambling?
There's going to be a lot of gambling in
Oh,
out here.
I need to have gambling. Can I retros buy gambling? I'm totally.
If you want to
Mr.
buy
Vice
the
guy.
gambling skill, you can buy the gambling skill.
You know, you can gamble, but not be good at it.
Like writing. You can absolutely lose your entire purse if you want. So, on the first day, early summer feast day, there is a pre-tourney mass, and everybody goes. It is officiated by the Archvicar of Generica, Archvicar Pompous, and he'll say mass and do all that stuff. Is everybody going to attend that?
Kendrick
I know
definitely is.
Sir Kenneth will not be there. Are you going to wear his livery?
Yes, because I am representing him.
Okay. You will get some funny looks. And probably have to answer the question occasionally of why you are doing so. We'll get into that later. Also, before the Mass, on the way up to the Mass, there is a procession, tournament procession. It is freaking huge. And Lady Malvina and the King are led on litters, preceded by all the dukes and their entourages, and led in front by the Marshal of Generica, Lord Warren Hawk, who is the tournament marshal for the event. So if you've never actually seen royalty, you've seen them now. They are housed up in a temporary makeshift castle meant to look like the John the Great's early Castle Royal. And then later in the evening, there will be a feast at the Great Hall there. And all the bigwigs are going to be there. And there's dancing and drinking and all that crap until the sun comes up the next day. There were blings.
Bling, bling, bling.
Actually, Paul is asking who actually has the mirror at this point. Is that still on the thing?
That's going to probably stay at the tent unless we need to pull it out, is my guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
rotate.
Yep.
I'm going to assume that Sir Kenneth has a lockbox there if that sort of thing becomes
No,
necessary.
we probably don't want to lock him there because want to have it.
Just
Who's on duty has it, so it's like you can do the twist, whatever it is to activate.
I realize I probably need to add the letter on there as well. So, who is keeping the letter where?
That is another question, though.
Now, I believe Umbris had said that you should keep it wherever you found it, which was in...
So it's in
it was in Sir Kenneth's boot.
Yeah, so it's probably in the tent somewhere. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Just to establish. All right. And after that first day, the actual tournament will get underway. And I believe... Yeah. Let's...
No.
Yeah.
Tilt away.
It
Tilt
should happen.
Away.
Let's take a quick break before we get right into that.
Too much setup.
Going to break.
Take 5.
All right, we are back.
Indeed.
Yay!
All right, so on to the actual tournament part. So, this is going to be highly experimental, so we'll see how it goes.
Like every GM or every
Like
game.
a lot of things have been. I am planning to break it up by weeks, and each week there's going to be a skill challenge, the goal of which is keeping the secret. It's going to be a 4 to 3 skill challenge, starting with about a 0. So 4 successes before 3 fails. Conditions here are I will allow repeats of the same skill at a -2. There's also going to be a -2 if you are also competing or doing something else. So, for example, Dustin can participate in the skill challenge. He will be at a -2 because he's also doing the judge thing. Feature traits are pretty obvious in this case: influence, observation, perception. We'll get to those, and at the 1 week interval. So if you fail the skill challenge for the week, bad will go up for the next one.
I'm looking at my skills and going, yeah.
Now, Sir Kenrick has a +2 if
So
he's
he's at
trying
+0.
to avoid having to tell a lie.
So I'm at +0 because I'm competing. I really need to start improving some of my social skills. Are we
Let's
doing
see.
that first?
Sorry, brain is cycling. So there's the skill challenge is going to be at the upper level, and then we'll deal with the actual tournament contests as a separate part of that, and it will be abstracted for the week. Now, the only other thing I'm going to do at this point is say that for Murdoch's case, since he's basically doing whatever melee contests he finds amusing at the time, you can decide if you're going to be competing this week for whatever melee thingy you're doing. And I'm not going to say it's going to happen this week or that week or whatever. So whenever you declare for the skill challenge, you can just say, I'm also competing. Laodin,
Okay.
on the other hand, the archery contest is going to be on week 2.
Okie dokie.
Therefore, for week 1, we shall begin the thing. So, Dustin. What will Dustin be doing to contribute to keeping up the ruse while at the same time working?
Sorry, I was building a modifier. So he is going to be fast talking, essentially, as he sees people trying to potentially ask about Sir Greyhorn or try to go towards the tent. He will sort of intercept them, and using fast talk, will essentially try to, hey, yeah, I'm with the judge for aspect X and Y of the competition, and we need to double check your paperwork. Could you please come with me, and essentially try to wave them off.
Even though they're not a wizard?
Even though they're not a wizard, yes.
Okay. All right. You could roll that one. We have 1 success. how will Brother Getwell be contributing?
Oh, I'm totally blinding them with brilliance.
You're casting light?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, he's casting science.
Casting science. I'm going to throw some yarn about his health and blah 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 with using first aid, using lots of bigger words than that are necessary.
All right, that's a stretch, but now okay, so you're working still as the squire, so you will get the -2. And that's a success. All right, we got 2. Sir Kenrick.
Is probably going to use savoir-faire high society to avoid as many of these things as possible. So he'll be
Now-
at net 0.
Now, to be fair, this is a 4 out of 3, so not all of you actually have to do one.
Well, still, that's going to be his first intention, because he's not actively aggressively writing at the moment. Since he's doing the
Right.
the
Makes
Kanneth
sense.
thing and waiting. So let's see if I can actually not roll crap. Hey, that's not crap.
Holy crap.
Well, I improved it a while back, so it's at a 12, which is better than
Right.
crappy 11.
All right, we got 3 out of 4. Murdoch, how will you be contributing, or will you be contributing?
That's a good question. We need 4 to succeed, or
Just need 1 more, so you could defer to Laodin.
And Laodin's like, don't do that.
So it
I
would
got
be
crappy social skills too.
useful.
I do not have much. Leo is not a social person.
Now, you don't have to
Except
do
for high
social.
society.
You could do observation or perception or that sort of thing, since you were talking about being a lookout.
Leo intends to do some observation.
So yeah, I'll defer this one to Laodin.
All right.
So observation roll from Leo.
Be as he's coming back another fight.
All right. We have 4 successes straight. You guys did a good job this week of keeping the secret. So, throughout the week, there's at least one point where early on, Duke Rickard passes by the staging area and sees Sir Kenneth's armor and salutes and wishes him well, not realizing it's actually Kenrick until the last second.
Or
at all.
Magnus is pretty recognizable.
Well, but Magnus is just a horse.
He takes offense to this.
He probably takes offense to that all the time. But you're not attempting to keep your face hidden at this point, and especially a good thing at this point because it's freaking hot all week. It's been bloody miserable having to wear that full harness. Truvio who was at the staging area was not actually aware that you were related to the Duke.
He's my uncle.
At a separate incident, Cydia,
the witch.
There was a point where you were riding out for the list, and Cydia comes up beside and apparently was perfectly aware that you were Sir.
And
But you weren't hiding. You weren't hiding that at this point. But she basically came to let you know that you were invited to dine with the Duke in the evening, and asked if you will be attending. Obviously, if you go, you will be asked what the hell you're doing.
Yes. So that's clearly going to be the social, sorry, the savoir faire then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he's going to be, he'll be my player. What? How would he refer to her? Mistress?
I
Mistress Titty?
suppose that would be correct. Yeah.
So yes, it will be his pleasure. It's family. And Gitwell hasn't yet announced his strong suspicions, so he's waiting to spring that on me. He's waiting to spring that on me in the most inopportune time.
I meant to ask if you had actually discussed that at all with the Duke.
Let's see.
I couldn't discuss it with the Duke because he disappeared.
Well, when you got back to the capital, they were already at the townhouse.
And they're like crazy busy. But yeah,
they were crazy
possible,
busy.
Probably.
Well, we won't go into that for the time being. But at said dinner, you will hear that there's a rumor going around that the Duke is going to receive the Master of the Hunt title from the king. And you will also hear that the possible reason for that may be because there's been some talk of rebellion from the west
ridiculous.
or from the east, and he may be trying to throw some water on that fire.
What kind of ridiculousness is that?
Another event, Laodin will have seen a sinister-looking fellow in a hood observing the pavilion of Sir Kanneth from afar, and he kind of disappeared as you started to do something about it.
So he noticed Leo?
Well, it's hard to say. It's either you moved in that direction just as he disappeared, or he might have disappeared because he saw you move. But
so Leo is going to keep an eye out for this guy. So, if he encounters him again, he's going to try and move in, get a better look at him.
some other time, Sir Kenric's cousins come by the pavilion asking where he is because they wanted to come in and see how he's living over there. Of course, you know that Sir Kanneth should be in the tent, but isn't. I believe that's going to be Murdoch that's going to be guarding the tent at the time.
So hopefully I'm out on the field or something. Yeah, go cheer him on there.
So Murdoch's up?
Yeah, what's he going to do when Sir Kenric's cousins come by wanting to hang out?
He will be sorry no one is allowed in, and he will be looking very intimidating.
All right.
They're gonna gripe to me later about the ugly dwarf and go, yeah.
Do you want me to roll?
Yeah, go ahead and roll it.
All right. Might get how much for being ugly?
We realized that you don't actually get anything for that. You have to be slightly uglier.
You have to be like horrific, monstrous, something like that.
Okay.
You're not ugly enough.
You should pick up the fearsome stare perk.
But I can increase it by doing stuff that is intimidating. So I'll be basically when I'm on guard duty, I will have my axe out ready and I'll be sharpening it. So if they walk up, they'll see me sharpening the axe. And I'll be like, I'm sorry, no one is allowed to go in. And I'll grin with a glint in my eye.
Well, I'll give you at least one for that. They move on as you convince them that hanging around the tent is probably a bad idea. Another incident during the week, you, Sir Kenneth, will see at the list.
Kenneth.
Sir Kenneth. Sir Kenrick.
Get it right.
He's adding even more letters to your name now.
No.
There is a night. This is at the quatrain while they're running the rings, and you see Sir Rickles McGreb. He's basically the number one knight for the Highlands, and he is running the rings.
Scott.
He's running the rings seated backward in the saddle, holding a beer, and he very nearly
he's a
succeeded.
Scot.
And he did not spill his beer.
Totally and completely a Scot.
FYI.
So what's his name? Gypsy. Or Danger, I'm not sure which.
Let's see. At the staging area, at one point, Make-You is doing the business over there, and a noblewoman approaches.
Business. Holy crap.
I know, right? Oh,
Not that business, the other business. There's a noblewoman that approaches. She approaches and looking for Sir Kenneth.
Is it actually Sir Kenneth, or is it Sir Kenrick?
Who she apparently just saw walking around in the armor
I don't know
a few minutes ago.
Or Kenneth.
Yeah, you do. He's
not a Kenneth. Oh, yes, him.
Oh God, it's Guinevere.
She introduces herself as Baroness Emily Lovenote of Courtly, looking to speak with Sir Kenneth. She said she had expected.
Actually, I think he actually went and I'm going to fast talk this.
All right.
And I'm going to say he had a private meeting with the chaplain. You must have just missed him. Oh, man. I'm scared of this roll. Is there -2 on this one, too?
No, this is a normal one.
Ah!
Good God.
Using a Benny.
Benny it is. At least you have some.
One.
And now you have one fewer.
Better.
That wasn't a reroll.
You not reroll. You just reduced.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I'm using the Benny to reduce it to success.
All right. Well, she is clearly disappointed. She wanted to talk to him, but she
if she has a message, I'll pass it.
She can't stay long, so she says, "Well, here I intended to give him this token to wear it at the joust."
Man.
So she hands off a sleeve or something.
I'm sad for her.
Truvio will come by later and inform you that this is, in fact, Sir Kenneth's quote-unquote mistress. It's a courtly thing, so they don't ever actually do anything, but this is what you do.
Yeah, that's that comes to mind. It's like, I don't know how that would work in this case.
How do you mean?
Well, I'm not the dude, so I would not be. It would not be proper for me to bear her token.
Well, you are also fighting in his name, so
It's basically more.
justify it if you
It's
want.
like a sponsorship thing. You're putting on the sponsorship that of her on your armor, kind of like you're
if
now
you
the
choose
Mountain Dew
to
car.
if you choose to keep it, it is a Benny.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna. I hate to do it, but I'm gonna end up needing that.
You might. Another incident during the week, as Leodin is minding his own business and trying to keep an eye out, he is encountered by a druid, which he will introduce himself as Shepherd Temerus, which you recognize as the King's Lore Master. And he says to Leodin, Ranger, where hides evil in this realm? Which is a standard challenge for news.
And what is the response?
The response is
These nuts.
You tell him whatever you tell him whatever you've seen in your travels. This is the way the druids network information.
So there's no specific response.
There's not a specific response to that.
That's lame. There needs
So
to be a
D's
cool,
nu-
specific response.
As much as I want to
These
say
nuts is
D's
very
nuts,
That's appropriate. I mean, there's no specific.
Leo will refrain.
There is actually a proper response. If you got it without prompting, I would give you a Benny. But apparently you don't know it.
Is this from the game?
No.
Kings, whatever.
It's probably on the wiki, and you just haven't looked at the wiki.
No, it's not there either.
So what's the challenge?
I'll tell you later. Where hides evil in this realm?
Your mother?
It's not that either.
In the
Don't think about it too hard. But specifically,
Everywhere and in the shadows.
Specifically, do you hold back anything about the jobs that you've done as far as the quote-unquote evil that you've encountered?
Leo will not hold back unless it's something that we were like sworn to secrecy. And
I don't think you have.
me as the player can't remember that.
The fairy stuff in Kingswood. You've got the whole business with the paladin and the cult of evil, and the alchemist in the sewers, and the whole thieves guild business, and the creature in the Highlands and all that. And so he doesn't have any mission or orders for you, but he does ask how long you intend to tarry in this region and where you might be found if he has need.
Well, I'll let him know.
Another instance, Murdoch, again, at the pavilion. There are some kids that are snooping around at the back of the tent.
Snooping around at the back of the tent. Okay. I'm thinking, can I use intimidation again, or would that be a negative at this time?
Since this is not part of the actual skill challenge, intimidation would be perfectly fine, I think.
You're an intimidating fellow.
Well, that's the only social skill I really have. Oh, I could do carousing. Hey, kids, let's go get a beer. Come on.
What is your goal?
My goal is to get them away from the tent. So
So,
intimidation works. I mean, just get away.
Yeah, Perfectly legit as far as I'm concerned. You're welcome to roll that. You weren't as
If I
scary as
brandish
you
a
would have liked.
weapon, get away! Do I
Get
a
one
plus
more point out.
Flee.
Flee, get out of here! Oh,
I'll give you that one. It was close. They're just kids. They don't have that high a will anyway. So you scare them,
That's
they run
true.
off.
It is resisted, isn't it?
Another instance. Again at the list. Let's see, who's this going to be? Need a random PC. Not him. Okay. Layden it is then. Layden is observing around the list, and you see a familiar gold quatrefoil on blue banner.
Familiar.
And
There's a
give me
quatrefoil.
Wait, that
second.
was from the first one, wasn't it?
It is. Phil remembers.
I'm remembering all sorts of things.
You were
Yeah,
actually
I didn't,
braining stuff?
I didn't put that down.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I actually do poke around on his wiki every now and then.
Brain. I gotta find the stupid
trick.
image because I saved it.
Gudrick. Breadwell. That's the word. Breadwell.
Ah, there it is. Damn it. Sorry that took so long. Yeah, so you see a banner and a younger guy who is beside it, who appears to be a knight and is about to joust. And if you investigate, you will find out that that is, in fact, Sir Postrick Redwell, as they announce him. And you'll remember that that is the son of the Jarl of Norderland, whom you guys worked for in the first chapter. That the Jarl had mentioned that his son was a knight in the service of the Duke of the Coastlands. And he does
Exactly
go
remember.
on to win his bout.
What exactly did we do in that first one?
That was the one where we fought the fake goblins and then helped defend the town
Gotcha.
against
Yep.
the fake goblins.
All right. Well, Leo will note this and keep people
Pretty
abreast.
Point it out to everybody else later.
Yep. If there's people around, if Leo's with the party at this point, he will point it out now as well.
Well, there's a likelihood that somebody else will pass by.
So, and Leo will
another-
just keep an eye because now there's something familiar in the crowd.
Another instance, sometime during the week, toward the evening, a number of knights who are bearing the livery of the Lionhearts come by the pavilion asking after Sir Kenneth. And Murdoch is there to greet them. Keep rolling up, Murdoch.
It's funny.
I am going to use carousing this time since they're adults and be like, I'm sorry, Sir Kenneth is not well, but he mentioned that if you were to come by, I was to get you some drinks. So let's go get some ale.
All right. I'll allow it.
That's probably what they were coming here to do. They're like, damn, we didn't even have to frickin' say anything there.
They came here to get drinks. They're going to get drinks.
And he's going to drink them under the table.
All right, then. And they go away with you And do not bother Sir Kenneth, who is not actually there. And on Friday, which is one of the rest days, it's a fast day for the church. Truvio comes and fetches everybody at the pavilion and lets you know that he's gotten a message that he needs to leave to deal with the real Sir Kenneth's affairs. And he wishes you guys luck in your mission and bids you goodbye.
Wow, that was pretty abrupt.
But not unexpected.
True. I'm suspecting that who does anybody have like detectabilized body language?
Some of you do.
Henrik
I
won't
do.
think about doing that sort of thing because his focus is on the upcoming fight.
Boom.
And if you try to use the mirror on him while he's doing that, he's gonna know.
Is he going to
Well, wait.
care?
Can we do it when his back is turned? And
Well, you could, but would you see what you needed to see? I don't know. He's got that heavy look to him, like he is really kind of not looking forward to what's coming when it comes to his
Right.
body
We
language.
also wanted to find out if Sir Kenneth had an actual family or anything.
You guys did have plenty of opportunity to ask that kind of question, and he does have some family. It's not a big one, and it's kind of on its last legs when it comes to that.
That's sad.
So there are some
His son is going to
people.
be killed. His wife's going to be killed. Youngest son will die. Second to last son will be crippled for life, though.
All right. And with that,
Are we going to get to some Lansing?
we're going to get to some Lansing. So let's get the contest thing going here. So Sir Kenneth was going to sit out. We'll get to that. So this is going to be an abbreviated mechanic that I have invented for this purpose. I don't know how else to explain that. So the bad from the skill challenge remained at 0, so you will not be hindered by that. And we will assess a number of hits -1 for the fact that you are sitting this one out. This basically represents that you're not actually challenging anybody here.
Well, if it comes down to the opportunity, I would totally like to challenge Sir Baylor.
Well, the thing about that is if you use up your challenge here.
Right. Okay.
All right. So first thing we're going to do is the attack roll. So you're going to make your normal attack roll. All-out attack is allowed. All-out defense is probably allowed, but I don't see you doing that.
Why would you do that?
If you were just trying not to get unhorsed.
Okay.
Not actually. Extra effort is allowed. However, I will have you make the health roll for that at -2. And if you fail that roll, you will take a point of damage. The extra effort will be the fatigue for the extra effort will be long-term fatigue that will last until the end of the tournament.
Yeah, no. He's just going to do regular Lansing.
I am also going to allow rapid strike or all-out attack double.
I'm not that good.
And what this will do will allow you the best of 2 rolls.
I got a 15. I'm not that great.
Yeah. Some people are better than others in that regard. Telegraphed and deceptive are kind of pointless here, the way this mechanic's going to work. And there's also a targeted attack. So if you're going to specifically target the shield, that'll be a -2. The head is normal, -5. And that is
But
a
isn't
normal.
Isn't that illegal?
No,
actually, hitting
actually,
the
it's
head
really
is normal.
common. And kind of sought after, because apparently the way that works is if you have the metal tip on the lance, it'll spark off the helmet really spectacularly. Everybody loves that.
What is the benefit of targeting the shield?
Safety, I guess, for the other guy. It's not going to hit him in the chest. So the way this is going to work is you'll make your attack roll with all the stuff applied to it, and it'll be a recoil of 3 and auto fire number of hits based on that.
Is this going to be
okay.
based similar to the Knight's Tale, where 1 point for breaking your lance on the person, 2 points for the head,
they do have
and 3 for if you unhorse them, you win?
They do
All right,
have
I
a
am
point
going
system.
to as Kenrick begins to get the field, I'm going to rally the crowd for Kenrick, or attempt to.
Okay, so you're gonna do an assist. I'll give you that. I believe also per discussion, Sir Magnus may be assisting as well.
You said recoil of 3,
Yeah, recoil of 3.
rate of fire.
Oh, infinite.
I'll put it at 99.
That's what I usually do.
Okay, so yes, so during the charge, at the last moment before the impact, Magnus or Sir Magnus is going to like sort of almost look like he's about to lunge and bite toward the other horse, because he is attempting an intimidation check on the other horse. And Kenrick has become so accustomed to Magnus doing this that he knows that's when you.
All right, so you get 2 assists.
Yeah,
Good
observe.
Lord. I tried to fail that.
All right, so you got 1. Let's see how everybody else does.
Well,
Your
hopefully
opposition.
I get a guy who's got like a 12. And he rolls like an 18 or something.
All right. I have 2.
Of course you do.
That did not work like I wanted it to. Why not? Is it rate of fire? Is that the problem? Test fire. That's what it was. All right. So I have 2 successful hits versus your 1. Now, you had a potential Benny for that from
Yes.
from the token. You can use that.
I'm not sure. Would that actually help me? I guess that would help. That
Yep.
would reduce. That would be 2 hits. So yeah,
That
I
would
can
put
do
you
that.
even.
And do we defend? How's that work?
Stand by on that. That is going to be, I think, that. So, you did not do all out, so you are able to do a defense roll. You can use your block for that. I'm assuming
I
block
will
in
be
this
using
case.
my block.
The way that's going to work is it's going to negate a number of hits. Or rather, it's not going to negate the number of hits. It's going to negate the damage from those hits.
Okay. So are there any penalties or anything like that, or is it just straight block?
Let's see. So this is treated like a stop hit. So ignore that part. Never mind. You do have -2 for being seated as normal.
Per normal. I don't think I've ever
Extra
applied
effort.
that.
Extra effort can still be used here. Same rules. That'll be long-term fatigue. And you have to make the health roll.
Really?
Well, that just means you'll have to take the hits. And I believe I'm going to do that. Well, they didn't do any better. Which means there is the potential of you actually unhorsing somebody. If you had made the roll, you could actually sacrifice a defense for a hit. And actually vice versa.
I didn't make
as
the
well.
roll, and I don't have enough bennies to make that by 0. So
what was the
here's to hoping
damage?
his damage sucks. Well, it depends on the horse's speed and the velocity.
Yeah, yours was what, 2d plus 4?
2d plus 3. That's mine, but it's plus 4 because I have the cavalry training. Actually, it's going to be 2d plus 4. Yeah, because
All right.
You get the plus 1, but they get a. Did they get the minus 1 for that lancing?
Oh, right. That's true. Which will. Where did that go? I don't think that. No, that's not going to change it.
Too bad. Had to try.
It is. All right. So, you can either roll your damage or take the average.
I'm gonna roll it. I like
whichever
rolling.
you prefer. Obviously, rolling has a potential. Okay, so you can make the break roll for those.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Because those will both be good enough. So that's a break. And that's a not break. So you got a little extra credit for that break. Let's see how they do. That was some shit damage. That was better. Okay, well, they're not going to penetrate the armor at that rate. You are definitely going to make them have to make a riding roll. And what was that setup? That was going to be -4 for 1 yard?
I think so. Hold on. Crap. I don't have that open right now. Come on. Fail it. I want to concede a dude.
Damn. All right.
Did you roll an 18?
Let's see. Let me check though. So you need to make that roll. Wait, what's your strength?
My strength or the horse's strength?
Yeah, yours.
Mine is 13.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. No, neither of those hits were good enough to actually unhorse you. So, he made a crit fail on the second one.
Sweet. I unhorsed a dude.
And so he not only got unhorsed, but he may be actually injured. Crit miss table. Oh, wait, that's a crit defense miss table. How did that work?
I think we were just rolling a critical hit.
That was a critical hit. Okay, yeah. Roll a crit hit, see what it does. Normal damage. Okay. Right. He very cleanly went off the horse. So you've negated one of those hits, and that means in the end you will have come out ahead.
And you get his horse because you unhorsed him.
No, that is not how this particular contest works.
Some of them are like that, but I guess not this one.
So after the first week, you did not make any challenges, but you did challenge or got challenged by a couple, and you came away. Well, actually, you got. How that works. So you will have gotten away with 2 badges.
Badges?
So the way, the way this works is everybody at the tilt has a badge with their arms, and whenever you lose, you give the other guy your badge, and the other guy's collecting badges. So you have 2.
So apparently we do need those stinking badges.
And the other guy very nearly hurt himself as he sailed off the horse. Ah, damn it. Forget the stupid. It's a really good image. I wanted to get it out there first.
That is a pretty cool image.
Okay, so did Murdoch actually fight this week, or did he hold off?
This is the first week, yeah, because he didn't
Yeah.
help out with the any of the skill challenges. So yeah, he'll be in. He'll participate in something.
All right, then you will do the same thing. Let's see here. Let me get the right stupid friggin' image. All right, so attack roll. Recoil 3. All the stuff is allowed the same. You can either fight in your normal armor, but it would be recommended that you get some better. And if you need to do that, you can potentially use a guild coin to have to borrow a set of something stronger.
I'll do that. I'll get a guild coin and get better armor.
All right, so you've got the use of a better set of armor for the tournament. It'll probably be something along the lines of DR7-ish.
Okay.
So you can make your attack roll while I make my counter. Where the hell did I put that? Need to quit closing that damn thing. I've got 2 hits. How many you got? You did not need the -2 on that. Oh, you're doing... Yeah, you don't need to do the deceptive on this.
Oh, I
So
don't.
by 4.
No, it
I'll be-
does-
Yeah.
All right, so you're both even. Same thing as Kenrick was. So you can make your defense roll at this point.
You're not at
And I
-2
will
because
do
you're not
that.
seated. I did not know that was a thing.
Wow.
Oof.
Okay, well, you're both
Both
going
of
to
us,
take it.
yeah.
So, like Phil, you can make your 2 damage rolls, or you can take average, whichever you prefer. One more. All right. And with that second one, I need to make a roll. And that was shit. Okay. You got a knockdown. So you essentially had a very similar result to Sir Kenrick. So through the week, you did a several bouts with several guys in the melee ring, and you came out having knocked down a few guys and won this round, or that particular contest. You won that one. So you will get some prize money for that later. We'll deal with that afterward.
Don't worry, the greedy dwarf will remind you.
Yep.
Because I imagine there's going to be a few of these. So Kenrick fought a little bit. He did well. Murdoch fought a little bit. He did well.
Hey, I might be very popular thanks to A, get well, and B, I unseated a dude.
Indeed. It was very spectacular. Yeah, he went over the back.
There was a oh from the crowd.
Oh. Week 2.
Oh boy, now what am I gonna do for this skill challenge?
So early in the week, there's some cloud cover that rolls through, and the rather oppressive heat eases a little bit, but only temporarily, and then it goes right back to ridiculously freaking hot. So everybody wearing armor is freaking miserable. Skill challenge, keeping the secret. So round 2, you guys have successfully not raised the basic abstract difficulty. So it is still at 0. And otherwise, everything is basically the same. So who shall we start with this time? Roll.
Start the other way. I'd go with Theoden and go the other way.
Well, that happens to actually be what I rolled. So, Theoden, how will you
the
be
hell am I
contributing to keeping the secret? And for the record, this is a new skill challenge, so the repeat is reset.
So I can use savoir-faire again.
So you could technically use that again.
Okay, good, because I suck at all these other skills. I'm good.
Leo uses observation to notice people acting strangely and then intervene so that he can redirect people in more favorable manners or directions.
Intervene how?
Well, maybe, do the whole run into someone with a drink or something, so they have to go elsewhere or something to that effect. Distract them in some way. Just keep an eye out for
What
people
would
that
be? That would be kind of a ruse situation, which if you're doing that in combat, I think you just roll that off IQ, if I'm not mistaken. So in this case, you could just use IQ for that.
Right.
Bear in mind, this is week 2, so this is the archery contest.
So you're at -2.
Can Leodin pass like I did?
He can.
Yeah, but he's got the really super high observation and stuff.
Can Leo do that with observation and then pass it off to someone? It's like, oh, I've noticed that guy. Murdoch, take care of
I
it.
can live with that. I can live with that.
So this is at -2.
So his observation is going to still be higher than mine.
Murdoch really needs to punk some dude.
Damn, I could have done
Holy
IQ.
crap.
Damn. Yeah, he's on the ball today.
Yeah.
All right, that's one. Dustin is AFK.
Oh, that's not. I was thinking you'd go Leodin, Murdoch, Kenrick, get well. Just
I
go
always
the
go left or
opposite
right.
direction.
I may go the other way this case if he is actually AFK, and since he's not answering. Let's go with Murdoch then. So how will Murdoch be contributing this week? And is he fighting this week?
He trips them before they get there.
Let's see. 1 through 3, he's fighting. 4 through 6, he's not. He's not fighting this week.
Not fighting.
So it's like maybe one of those bouts caused a little bit of tenderness, and you're like, I'm going to sit this one out and then go back into week 3.
So I'm going to base this off of what Leodin was saying, is that he observed basically someone getting a little too close to the tent. He warned me and said, hey, you need to go distract this guy. Now I'm going to
So
figure
basically, remember this is over the week. So Murdoch is following orders from Leodin, who's directing him in as a dwarven missile.
Yeah. So 1 through 3, I'm going to use intimidation. 4 through 6, I'm going to use carousing to, because maybe this is a situation where it looks like the person is more of just looking for a beer and is going the wrong direction. 1 through 3, it looks like someone who really doesn't need to be there. And I'm basically going to intimidate the guy, brandish my axe, yell at him, get away from the tent. So I'm going to carouse.
Carouse away then. Well, you're very party-like. That's for sure. All right, that's 2 out of 4. Sir Kendrick, you're up.
Is
will
also
you
going
contribute?
to end up using the savoir-faire again to deflect any questions that he can
Deflection.
through the wall of politeness.
And if he is
so
avoiding,
he's at -2 +2, so it's straight savoir-faire.
indeed. And he manages to pull it off. That's 3 out of 4.
Yay!
How will Brother Getwell be contributing? I presume he's still working as squire for Sir Kendrick.
It's like squire / herald.
Yep.
A bit of both.
He's the Knigget with the... Wait, no, I'm terrible at that, so I'll leave it to somebody who knows what they're doing.
I will fast talk the person.
He will be artisting the bullshit.
Ooh.
You tried to fail, but you failed at failing. So
He
good
did
job.
fail. He did fail to fail. So you guys have, through force of will, managed to keep the secret for another week.
Huzzah!
Indeed. So, during the week, Laodin, in his observation, was truly paying attention when he saw that same hooded man again at some distance away across the campgrounds, and you see him just as he levels a bow at your direction.
As in,
Hooded man, huh?
at me.
It kind of looks that way.
If
How do you
Leo,
react?
so he'll raise Leo's bow. Is Leo in the vicinity of? Is there like a potential other target near Leo, or is it obvious to Leo that it's Leo's the target?
Well, Leo is a very experienced archer. He knows that arrow is coming at him. Unless there's like somebody right behind Leo that he's going to shoot through.
All right, so Leo's going to look for some cover, take that cover, and his intention is to, move from cover to cover and chase the man.
You
If-
duck.
If there are party members around, Leo will call them, point out the man, and
All right,
hopefully
so you,
combine chase.
You do a bit of a ninja roll, and you hear the thunk of the arrow as it strikes a post nearby, and as you pop up, you see the man is gone as before. However, it occurs to you that that shot really wasn't that close.
Yep, he's the hooded man. You have failed this city.
You look at the
Oh,
arrow,
wrong one.
and as it sticks out of that post, and see that there is, in fact, a parchment attached to it.
Leo will take the arrow, look around to make sure no one sees, and then take the time to read what's on it.
It was poison.
The it does indeed have a message, and it reads, "Gracious thanks to the company of the Bere for coming to the aid of the people of Chopwood. Signed, the Laughing Bandit."
It's totally Robin Hood. And I wish they would get our friggin' name right.
Just as well I didn't try and shoot him and kill him.
He would have caught the arrow and then shot it back at you.
He might have.
Or shot another arrow and deflected my arrow back at me.
Yeah, and you're like, wait, what? Then we never saw Leo again because he went chasing off that archer and was like, "Teach me your ways."
Well, Leo will deliver the message to the rest of the party when they're about.
Another instance, Make You is back at the pavilion,
JFK.
fetching stuff. Oh, of course he is.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. I just didn't click.
Okay. Never mind. Make You, you're still there. You're back at the pavilion fetching stuff or whatever, and some hottie comes by and starts chatting you up, wants a private tour of the pavilion. You know, wink, wink.
I will. Well, I will deflect to a different pavilion that we can go look at.
What was the place that the bandit said thanks for helping?
Chopwood.
Chopwood, right. I just couldn't remember the name.
Oh.
You should have used Dex Appeal.
I don't have that one, which is
I thought
really,
you
really
did.
weird.
Yeah,
I thought I
you
did too. Maybe that needs to be another one of those retcon skills.
All right. Well, you resist a bit, and she kind of rumps it off, and goes away. It makes you sad. Let's see. I should probably do it that way. Who's up? Sir Kenrick.
He's here.
Sir Kenrick, you are doing the rounds at the list or whatever, and at some distance you spot Lady Malvina Lionheart and her brother Victor, along with their father, the Duke of the Riverlands. I'm looking for a thing. Hold on.
Be terrible.
Charge
It's a 10.
Sorry.
Or 0. Totally need a different picture for the dwarf.
Well, that's the best I can do.
Who's Dexter?
I'll get to that in a little while. So the three of them are together, the Duke and Lady Malvina and Victor, Sir Victor, and he is very angry. The Duke is, and he storms back into the pavilion that he's at, and from the look of it, probably throwing some stuff.
Well, I'm going to make sure I'm nowhere near him and any car doors. And if you didn't get it, then you need to watch Daredevil season 1.
Another time, Sir Kenneth is at the
There's no
staging.
Sir Kenneth.
Sorry, Sir Kenneth's stand-in is at the staging area, which I still haven't done the image for that.
What a bad GM.
Yeah, I know. So you see there, they've got the shield
right.
up on the post. So that's where they come by there and whack that to let you know that they want to challenge you. And you are indeed challenged by a knight who is has hidden his face in his helmet, and you recognize him having been introduced as Sir John Doe False Name.
Oh, crap. That's totally the king, isn't it? Well, I shall
Nobody
accept
knows
his
who it is.
challenge.
Do you challenge his challenge?
No, but I will accept it. I'm probably about to get smoked here, guys.
So you will just tilt with him as is?
Yeah. What are
questions?
the? Yeah. What are
So
what are the general?
So he will
specifics?
as you accept the challenge, he will offer 3 lances,
I will gratefully
which is
accept.
normal. Now I'm wondering if you have any reason to suspect anything. I suppose not.
Yeah, probably not, because honest and truthful and all that crap. So he
Mm, that's
probably
true.
presumes that people are, except for Getwell, he presumes most people tell the truth.
Well, I tell you what, let's
I thought you'd like that, Mark.
go ahead and make 3 rolls real quick.
Okay.
We won't go into any detail. Just straight's fine.
Oh, okay. Because the horse is going to get involved in all 3.
That's true. I'm cool with letting that go.
Okay, so let's see what we got here. Oh, that was a nice one.
Damn. It's a shame you don't get extra damage for that.
I know, right?
That was cutting it close.
It was. You said 3.
Yeah.
That
All right.
first one
Well,
was a solid thump.
you made it work. Let's see. You got hit on the first course and missed on the second, and then hit on the last one. So, defenses, you can roll 3 blocks, I guess.
Standard, it's at the
Yeah.
-2. Oof. So I need to do 2 blocks, not 3.
Yes, that's true.
All right, so I block the 3rd one then, I guess.
Let's see. He's going to be okay. He looks like he blocked the first 2 hits, but not the last one.
Disappointing.
Not
Let's
the
hope
last
that's
one.
first. Okay, so then it's just damage.
So 1 damage.
That's lame. It's lame.
Maybe enough. Let's see.
That's actually average for me,
Oh, roll the break.
right? That also. Come on, big money, big money, big money. Nope.
Okay. So you guys went at it for 3 courses, and looks like over the whole thing, you guys are mostly tied at the end. Actually, no, because he missed you that one time, so you actually won that by points.
I congratulate him on, some well-struck lances.
Do you ask to see who it is?
I do not. I'm thinking I don't see why he would.
All right. Well, he doesn't ask anything of you. Of course, he has no reason to. At the end, he'll come by to shake your hand and say, "Well fought, sir. Well fought." Sir Kenrick, right?
Point of order, it just occurred to me, Kenrick was actually knighted by the king. So
He was.
it's entirely possible, unlikely because his IQ is only 10, but he might actually recognize the voice. Probably.
Probably not, but I'll let you roll. for no reason at all.
Sounds like this under his nose.
Yeah, I know, right? I was totally thinking that, and it's just like, yeah. Yes, Sir Kenrick is my name. Actually, no, Kenrick is my name.
So you get another badge.
They you guys said, and he will hand off his badge.
Yay, I have 3 now.
Possibly more, but so when it comes to your turn, you'll have an extra hit. Let's see, where are we?
Sorry, what? I don't understand what you mean by that.
When you come to the actual joust part of the this week, you'll get an extra hit counted because you won that one.
Gotcha.
All right. That was that one. And let's see who's going to get that one. Roll.
I think it needs to be Dustin.
It happens to actually be Dustin, oddly enough.
Man, it's like I'm magic.
Dustin, you are doing some stuff. You are assisting Magister Arate and running back and forth around various magical duels and that sort of thing. And
they have magical duels?
Oh, yeah. And in the distance, as you're passing through the pavilion area, you see someone behaving threateningly toward Jester Lionheart, who seems to be rather unbothered about the whole thing, looking up and grinning. And then briefly after that, you see Victor Lionheart step around the back of the tent and confront the other man who, as far as you can tell, just about shat himself when Victor reached for the sword hilt. And that man not only backed down, but tossed a coin purse to Jester, who seems to facetiously thank him.
Sure thing, Tyrion.
Huh.
Let's see. Who's next? Murdoch, of course. Murdoch, at some point during the week, back at the pavilion, Sir Kenneth's mistress, Baroness Emily Lovenote, comes calling once again, and comes to the front of the tent asking to see Sir Kenneth.
I'm sorry, my lady, but Sir Kenneth is currently under the weather. He's not allowed to see anybody, but he did mention if you are to come by to make sure that I take you out for lunch or get you something to drink. So
You are totally cheating.
So if you would please allow me, I will take you for the drink.
Let me see something real quick here. I believe, okay, you do have a generic cultural familiarity. So you know that this is a noble woman and you're inviting her to get drinks and a movie or something is probably a bad idea. But, yeah, you can't really intimidate her, can you?
Theoretically, change
I mean,
it off, or he could, fob it off as, well, I'm a dwarf. What do I know about this stuff?
So, if you try that carousing in this case, it will be resisted more highly on her part.
Crit success.
Otherwise,
Crit success.
what would you do? So, if your goal is to,
my goal is just to keep her from getting in the tent, and if I try to intimidate her, how am I going to do that?
Now you can use
bad idea.
You can use diplomacy or fast draw at a
Fast draw.
default, but
Fast
the
draw.
fast draw, Fast talk.
Nope, you said fast draw.
You can use those at a default, but obviously that's going to be pretty tough.
Honestly, I think carousing is probably my best choice, but it'd be more of ma'am, I'm not here, but Sir Kenneth is under the weather, and I just he did want to make sure that you didn't feel slighted, and if you're willing to accept the honor of my presence, I will make sure that you are taken care of.
So you don't have to make a roll to tell a lie. And technically you're not telling a lie, you're telling the truth. It's just a matter of whether or not she believes it. So this is gonna be more of a diplomatic thing. I'm gonna have you actually roll that at the default, and let's see where that goes.
What is that, IQ -5?
I will take the carousing offer as the usual +2.
So should I roll carousing first to see if I succeed?
Yeah, roll the carousing first.
Okay.
So you offer her a beer.
Oh crap! Diplomacy's IQ -6.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Or politics -6.
At least you got that part. So it'll be IQ -4, or is it will -4?
IQ
will is better.
-6. I don't know where he's getting this will crap out.
Some of them are. I think intimidation is will based.
If I have to
-4 because you got the +2 for carousing.
This is where you're gonna roll a 3, bro.
Holy crap!
That was close.
That was really close, though.
2. You don't have 2 beats, do you?
Actually, I do have 2 bennies.
You're gonna use 2 bennies?
Yeah, I'll burn 2 bennies.
All right.
Nice.
Well, at least you still
probably
got
like,
one
well,
left.
aren't you a charming little dwarf?
All right, so you try to buy her off with beer, and she thinks it's cute, and you do apologize, but he is sick and could be contagious, and he cannot come meet with her, and she is very sad, but she goes her separate ways.
Bummer. I don't like. Well, I needed to win. Okay, at least it worked.
We so need to have a weekend at Bernie's moment.
I know, right? Second occasion at the Wizards dueling
award ceremony.
Stuff. Dustin will actually be assisting Magister Arate as he officiates over a duel between some wizard and Duke Villainous of the Riverlands himself, who has accepted a challenge. Other guys, some night wizard from the guild, and he just trounces him. So the Duke just kicks his ass, blows him right out of the circle. Lots of fire.
And car doors.
Some pent-up issues.
Let's not be getting enough from Anessa.
Quite possibly. Laodin will be coming back and forth from the pavilion at some point when another man, Dexter, comes by and is asking to talk to Sir Kenneth.
Murdoch's there?
Laodin actually sort of intercepts him as he's headed over toward the tent. Murdoch is probably around because that's what he does. And he's not fighting this week, so he spent more time over there. So he was on his way to meet Murdoch when Laodin caught him, and he saw Laodin and recognized him and said, "I'm here to see Sir Kenneth."
Leo will just say, in a fairly straight, blunt tone, "He's not available right now. He's not well.
Truly.
Perhaps you can come back later."
You wouldn't happen to know what sort of ailment he is suffering from?
Leo will say,
Premature death.
he suffered an injury.
Oh, right. You're
who are
sticking
you?
to the story. He will introduce himself as Dexter Hinch. He is an advisor to Duke of the Riverlands, for whom Sir Kenneth actually fights for. So Sir Kenneth is a knight in the Duke's court, and you were aware of that.
All right. Well, Leo's going to maintain the story.
So if you're just maintaining the story, is that fast talk or is that diplomacy?
Wow, it's coming from Leo. I figured it was just like, go away. No, I'm serious.
Well, he's
go
trying.
away.
He's reading a script. He's got the script right there in front of him. You could actually. It's kind of cheaty, but you could get away with savoir-faire high society here.
Right.
I'm letting Sir Kenneth. It's his one skill, and he's going to use it.
And Leo will do that, and he'll come up with some courtly procedure. You know, you need to fill out a Form B with the magistrate in order to get an audience with. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He'll savoir-faire it.
That was a crappy roll.
You got any bennies?
Leo has one Benny.
Does he still have one Benny?
Not anymore?
He does not have one Benny anymore.
All right. He will apologize and say that I hope he gets to feeling better, and perhaps I'll catch him later.
I don't think he bought it,
He might not have bought it.
but that's okay. We as long as he doesn't cause a stink or force us to murder him.
Ah, God damn it. Just realized another thing I totally friggin' forgot. Okay, well, I'm going to have to introduce this here. All right, some other time. MakeU is making the rounds. MakeU here?
I
Mark,
am
you
here.
Okay.
Then why are you
You're
AFK?
AFK. It says you're
Am I?
AFK.
What?
Start typing something. There you go.
Where did I forget to actually put that on here?
I don't know.
I did. That explains why I missed it. Now I have to find the stupid. What did I name that? That is that. Okay. MakeU at some point during the week is passing by the melee contest and sees one of the tournament kings there. In this particular case, he sees Saruan the Bull, who is beating the ever-loving crap out of some poor bastard who challenged him in that ring. And he nearly broke the poor guy and had to be pulled off him before he got pulled out of the ring. And afterward, he's just laughing it off like it was no big deal.
What a D-bag.
By the way, I meant to show this earlier, but
I'm going to
So-
insult him publicly, or
That's
subtly.
a terrible
public-
idea.
What?
what an asshole.
Yeah, basically. And then I will administer healings to the poor other guy.
Okay. So the tournament kings are from the previous tournament. The last time they had a grand tourney like this was back when the princess turned 16, like a couple of years ago. And so the top three winners are crowned tournament kings. And so the next tournament that happens, this one, they don't have to fight until the last week, at which point all the people who have been eliminated, the ones that are left, get to challenge them for the crowns.
Oh God, I'm gonna get smoked.
So Sir Galen Crownroy, Baron of Winnington, is
Pennington.
he's almost always the winner. He's just that guy who wins everything and everybody hates him.
I don't hate
And
him.
then
I'm envious.
Oh yes, that was my attempt to subtly insult the dude that was being a jerk.
so anyway, the guy that you saw beat the crap out of the other one was the Bronze King. And he is also one of Duke Villainous' men.
Imagine
top-
our shock.
The top fighter for him for the Riverlands.
I'm gonna try and get Murdoch to fight him.
That might be hilarious.
In fact, in my public speaking, I'll make some comments
You are
that
a fool.
that he probably couldn't take a dwarf.
At some point during the week.
Oh, and this is the major healing.
Sir-
For the dude. Oh wow!
Okay.
Explode.
You don't have to roll
killed
that.
him.
What is that? Why did it fail by? Okay.
You don't have to roll that.
Okay.
Yeah, that is weird. Why did it fail by 1? Oh, well, because
'cause
you
it's
got a
13.
13 and you rolled a 14.
Oh, because it's major healing, not my regular healing. Everything else is just 14.
That's funny. Sometime else during the week, Sir Kenrick and Mayq are going to fetch Magnus for a challenge. And as you are approaching the staging tent thingy and you see him there, you're seeing what appears to be one of the grooms from here and there being carted off.
What
And
did
his
he
chest
do?
looked like his chest nearly got caved in. And Magnus is looking around like, what?
Well, he's only got an 11 in kick and 2D plus 4 crushing.
Yeah, with an unarmored guy, that 2d4 is enough to put you below 0. 2d6, excuse me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna check. Okay, what's he? Why would he doing that? I'm gonna
Maybe
check
he's just being a dick.
Magnus and make sure that the
Magnus
dude
is
wasn't
okay.
trying to do something to him. Like, you okay? And that's gonna
He just
probably be one of those that
gives you the look.
Getwell's like, oh God, he's talking to him like he's a human again.
Are
Yeah,
you?
I'm gonna check
He
everything.
doesn't answer. So you check everything.
Well, he might. He may snort or flick
You
somebody
start,
with his tail.
You start grabbing at the saddle, and he pulls away from you.
Okay,
And,
then I want. Like, all right, let me see what's going on here.
And you do find that the belly strap looks like it has been cut.
Well, Need to
Well,
find who
well.
that fellow is. Are there
No wonder
like,
why Sir
judges
Galen
or
Cronroy
anything like
always
that
wins.
in the immediate vicinity? I'm presuming that since the horse just kicked a dude, that's drawn a something of a crowd.
Yeah, there's a bit of a hubbub going around about that, but he's
So
that
my
guy's
honesty,
being hauled off to the nearest medical station. Quote
my
unquote, wherever.
honesty is going to kick in, and I'm going to flag down the nearest of the judges or whatnot, and
Right.
point out the fact that my saddle has been potentially cut, saddle strap,
All right.
possibly by that fellow over there as they're carting the dude away.
So he will make a note of that and say they're going to look into that. The judges are going to review. Are you going to do anything else
I'm gonna have to replace the saddle.
aside from that?
Yeah, I would like to at least make sure they don't just let this dude just disappear.
Okay, so you're going to keep tabs on the guy that got carted off.
Yeah, if possible.
So you'll find out later that he has been taken over to the nearest church and is being tended to. He is in serious condition. In game terms, he is below 0.
And that sounds to me like Sir Magnus has earned some extra carrots today.
And you will also find a little hand knife on the ground. But you'll continue on with.
I will.
All right. So, side note, Dustin, as he's working with Magister Arte, he happens to overhear that he is being drawn into some kind of plot to expose and potentially expel Magistress Quintessa for her pregnancy, which you have heard rumors of. Bearing in mind are swear off attachments, and pregnancies are not supposed to happen. And the rumor is that she swears.
Could have been an orc or an elf or a dwarf.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, sure. It was no man.
And we'll get to the actual contest. So, we have the archery contest, and we have Sir Kenneth tilting. I'm going to do the archery first because that one's not going to take as long. Did I do that
Archery's
again?
fine. Let Leodin do it.
Did. Yeah, let Leodin. No, I was correcting Daniel. I was going to say, yeah, let the archers go.
All right, so for the archery contest, I will just get a roll from Leodin for that. I will.
Bow?
Yeah, you can just do a straight roll, and I will do a straight roll. Let's see where we come out. All right.
I guess that should be at +4 because of heroic archer.
That's a good point.
That's true.
Okay, well,
by 8 is better than by 4.
There was some competition there, but not that much. And you will have ended up winning that contest. However, while you were competing, in between goes, a strange hooded man shows up at the butts and pulls off some impossible shot, and then does this little ha 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 and runs off.
Like, huh, that doesn't count, right?
And of course, a bunch of soldiers and judges go running off after this guy, but they come back later saying they couldn't catch him.
Who was that masked man?
Hooded man.
So
Indeed.
how impossible was that shot? Would Leo pull it off on a good day?
Maybe.
Or does Leo instantly realize that this guy is better than him?
He's at least equal, if not slightly better.
So everybody's like chasing off after him, and Leo's like going over there and trying to reproduce the shot. And everybody's like, "What's he doing?" And he like doesn't do it. Doesn't do it. Ha! An impossible shot.
Leo will mumble to himself, "That man is good.
I
No
was
wonder
thinking
if he is an elf."
I was thinking like some guy was making his shot and he fired it. He showed up and fired at the same time and knocked his arrow out of the way in flight.
That would be a pretty difficult thing to do.
Leo will be sort of analyzing it almost Spock-like.
He might have said fascinating.
Fascinating.
On the list. Oh, wait. No, I'm not going to mess it up this time. I'm going to do this first. All right. At the list. All right. So, same as before. Bad would still apply, but bad is still at 0. So you're good there. At this point, Sir Kanneth will be making his challenge. Sir Kenrick, on behalf of Sir Kanneth, will be making his challenge.
If at all possible, I want to challenge Sir Robin Baylor if he hasn't already been booted.
If he actually doesn't forfeit,
that would count as a for me. But yeah, he will doing the challenge. Do we need to have Getwell and Magnus make their respective roles?
we will. So he would go ahead and accept that challenge.
Shiny. And this is totally one of those where Kenrick is, just not. He's not trying to be an asshole. It's like, hey, I just want to prove I'm good.
And I did not actually include his picture here. I'm going to have to show that later.
So Getwell needs to do the public speaking thing, and you need to you need to roll a 3, and then I need to roll a 3. That's 1, and that's 2.
Right.
All right, so let's see here. That is all right.
Wow,
That's a potential of 4 hits. 4, because you said I get plus 1. Yep.
All right, I don't think I'm going to make that. Holy God. That was a good roll. I actually did make that. Exactly.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow,
well,
he's actually that
so
good.
we're
That's
even.
surprising.
Well, not him. This is for the whole week, so
Right.
he may be among one of the losers if you don't end up getting bested. All right, so let's see. That means we will go on to the defenses, which are as usual.
Ooh, yeah. That's a crit success.
Okay. So I got.
That means a crit fail on your part. Right?
Well, how we're gonna do this is, damn it.
Weren't expecting that one, were you?
All the damage. Let's see. I did not actually include the idea of a crit defense. Okay, so you didn't sacrifice any of your defenses for hits, so that's basically just going to do that. So one of your damages, I think, will probably benefit from the crit, or I'll let you convert that to another hit.
So it would be 5 hits.
Yeah.
Potentially.
So that would
Sure.
get you 1 up on it.
So let's see, I need to do 2 more. And yeah, that sucks.
All right, so you're going
that's-
to take 1.
Take 1.
And let's see, how did I do? So, right, because you hit me
5
4
times.
times.
Since I got the
Well,
crit, 4.
Yeah, let me.
You said the crit success converts to an additional hit.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Or the critical
to
success
fail
on the
all.
block is that as he's blocking the joust, it causes the other rider to miss his joust and he falls off his horse.
All right, looks like I got 3 fails. 3 fails out of 5, so I need 2 damages.
2 damages? Why? It's 3 fails. Should
Right,
be 3? 3?
Out of 5. No, you're right. Yeah, 3. You're right. Well, looks like
Wow.
those are
12,
all.
11, 10, and I need to make. I need to make 5 lance breaks.
Ah, man, that was shit. Okay, well that one's not even gonna move you. On my 1 hit against you. All right, let's see. So yeah, 3 lance breaks rolls, and I will get 3
1 break.
knockbacks.
Just 1 break.
That was a crappy roll. So you got at least 1 unhorsed. And that was a crappy
pumping
roll.
pumping up the crowd for me, and I'm taking people off their horses.
All right, so you throughout the day, you fought at least 5 times, and you won all of them.
Can I have betting
a couple of them, by 1 unhorsing, and let's see.
So that means I have got 5 more badges.
Which ones?
Could I have been betting on Kendrick this whole time?
Let me see. I'm trying to decide. So you got 5 hits. One of them was John Doe false name. So I need
One was Robin
a
Bailey.
D10. 2 of them were unhorsed. So 2 out of 5
I have Robin
is.
one of them.
So on a D10, 1 through 4, Baylor is unhorsed.
Okay, D10.
D10.
Boo!
Ah,
I still took his badge.
but you still took his badge, so he is eliminated. You had a busy week.
I did have a busy week. I'm presuming that most of the other guys that were doing with the challenge were also Baylor affiliated in some capacity to make sense of the grudge.
Well, the grudge may come into effect later.
Hey, I have 7
right.
badges.
So, for the first 2 weeks of the tournament, Murdoch has come away with at least 1 win from a melee contest, Leodin has come away with a win for the archery contest. And Sir Kenrick is still in the running and will advance to the next round of the joust. You will be joined by Sir Postrick Bredwell, and Sir Tommen Stagwood has also advanced.
Haha, hey cousin.
Among others, 48 in total. So around 50 knights were eliminated, and now there are 50 remaining for the next round, which will take place in the next week.
So you didn't answer Mark's question.
What question was that?
Betting
Any
on
gamble.
Oh, right.
On Kenrick.
Oh, you can absolutely gamble on Kenrick. Seems kind of lame after the fact, but
Well, I kept forgetting to ask, but
Yeah,
I
I
know
know.
totally. I mean, I get that, you know.
how would you do
Probably
that?
get decent odds too, because I'm like a no-name nobody.
He was a no name, although
I'm a Woods, so
he's fighting
that
in
means
he's fighting in Sir Kenneth's place, but he is an unknown, so he was fighting on borrowed cred, although he's got plenty of his own now. Let me get back to you on that one.
Cool.
he's going to circle back and forget
I'm gonna
about it.
circle back to the gambling issue. I'll do that later.
You should make a note.
I was thinking I was gonna make a note now, but I'll wait to make a note. I can manage. All right. And
Also,
I was
I don't
checking
know
a
if
thing.
I don't know if it matters there, Daniel, but one of my 3 lances did shatter.
Oh, you shattered a bunch of lances throughout.
Right.
These are all that you're not using your own lance for this. Sir Kenneth had a big pile of lances, and
No.
in the event.
I mean, I meant in if it mattered for like points or anything like that. I don't think.
Oh, that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. So you already got all those wins anyway, so you're fine. Yeah, you looked really good doing it.
He is the hammer.
I am going to see about getting some female interests for Kenrick.
Don't
Right.
you dare! I will murder you in your sleep. No,
Oh,
yes.
know.
you'll be
yes.
armed.
You know, there was at least one woman around that keeps wanting to talk to him. Oh wait, it's not him.
Well, how is she not known that I'm riding in her boy toys?
She does now. So after the first week, that first encounter, she will have found out that Sir Kenrick is fighting in his place. When she came by the tent this week, she was already aware that you were fighting for him, and she was trying to visit Sir Kenneth at the tent.
Murdoch successfully deflected her. Yay!
Way to go, Murdoch.
On the evening of the last day of week 2, as you guys are sort of getting settled down for the evening, and maybe Makyu is talking about trying to bring in some entertainment, a man appears at the flap of the tent. It is Umbrus again.
Saved by who? Umbrus? Saved by the Spy Master.
I know who he is, but I'm going to totally oh no, sir, he can't see anyone. He's not feeling very
Right.
well. He's quite under the weather.
He's very serious.
Oh,
He doesn't even budge.
it was a joke, sir?
He says, I need you to escort me to a meeting with Duke Lionheart's man.
Me?
Come.
I look back at Kenrick and go, I think. Wait,
Not
I
that kind
kind
of
of do
meeting.
am I me?
All of you.
Oh, okay. Whew. I was like, oh, what did
Yeah,
I do?
everybody
now?
was there.
Gotcha.
What sort of meeting is this? Should we like kit it out for a fight?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. So I got to pick up my poor lonely hammer that is just being like, you haven't used me in a while.
It has
You
been
don't love
neglected.
me anymore.
And I suspect he's probably still in that jousting armor because he hasn't gotten around to taking it off just yet.
He's probably in the process of getting it removed.
All right.
It'll be a little clunky if you go, but right. So everybody kits up, and you move on to a dark.
Well,
Go
before
ahead.
we move on, I would ask Umbris, do we have anybody to stay behind at the tent?
May not
Because
be
we've
necessary.
been able to keep Sir Kenneth's
What?
secret.
It
We've
may
been
not
able
be
to keep the secret so far. So we need to make sure that the secret stays.
Well,
And
that's
while we're
easy
out-
enough. So we borrow a body and just put him in a hood, or one of us walks out in a hood and a patch that identifies us as the dude, and we walk with a limp, and then we just go with him.
Master Umbris interrupts you with a finger raised and says it may not be necessary.
Was it a Han Solo finger?
It was a little,
Harrison Ford finger?
just vaguely. Sort of slightly roguelike.
Okay, well,
He will, he'll wait around for you guys to get kitted up, and then we'll take off. And you go off to some dark corner in the town. And he will meet with Dexter, who is also accompanied by a few men. As you guys approach the meeting area, he'll turn to you guys and say, you guys hang back a little bit and watch my back while I go talk to him. And you see him pull out the real letter.
Aha.
keep an eye out for a ninja assassin, though they're coming.
Let's see.
I'm wondering if I
And-
should. How long can I maintain the spell?
Uh-oh. Looks like a tactical combat thing.
The ninjas.
It could be a ruse.
It's ninjas. It's white ninjas in snow.
Okay, prior to this, we getting to the meeting place, if he seems serious enough that we're kitted out, I'm going to cast Shield and Maintain, and Might, I think.
Okay.
And Maintain.
All right. So you guys can position yourself as you please.
But we're on this side.
Yes.
I'm
so you're
probably
on that
standing right in the open.
Doing the old Wolfric maneuver.
I might
That'll
be.
cost me 4 for DB2 and 2.
How far back did he want us to stay?
We're probably about, the
About
right
like
place,
that.
I think.
Ish.
It's all good. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. How are you?
All right. So as they approach the meeting, you see that Umbris is looking around a lot like he's really nervous. And
Not nervous. He's not nervous. He's never nervous.
cautious, extra cautious. And you guys see out ahead, you see Dexter and a handful of bodyguards who are also hanging back a little bit. And Dexter
Are they
sort of
also equally cautious?
they seem very cautious at this point. Their heads are on swivels. Not literally though, because that would be weird. And Dexter, smiles and waves Umbris to come over. And Umbris hesitates a little bit, looks around again, and then goes over. And you see as they start talking that they start to relax a little bit.
Perception.
Well, you think that's warranted here?
Yeah,
Possibly.
we're looking around for ninjas.
Somebody can make a roll for me against 14.
14. I got a 14. I didn't roll
All right.
really well. That's cool if that's the ninja's stealth.
You do in fact spot ninjas. As the meeting is getting underway.
Do I? Do I really? This damned helmet.
What do you
Who
mean
are
by
all annoyingly facing the wrong direction.
What do you mean by rolling perception against 14?
I think he was having me roll the ninja's stealth. Is that right?
No. It's a group roll. So I've already figured out what what everybody's perceptions are and aggregated. So we don't have to make 5 or 6 different friggin' rolls.
Oh, okay.
He's being weird.
And you succeeded. So you did spot the as indicated, there are some guys that appear out of the shadows and little shiny metal crossbows shoot. You'll have the briefest of seconds to potentially yell out a warning, and all present will be alerted.
We'll do that. Attack!
So, a couple of the guards will be hit and will be clutching at their necks or whatever, as if they were. They are collapsing. They are collapsing in excess of what their injuries might suggest.
Poison.
One might think it might be poisoned.
Hey, don't dwarves have a resistance against poison?
They do. So,
Damn, we are far away.
one of the guards did manage to escape, and Umbris and Dexter both managed to get out of the way as the warning went out. Good
Man,
job.
they're so far away that Leo is going to kill them all before we can get over there.
All right. He always does that. He's such an a-hole.
Destin's going to be like, now you know how I feel.
Leo's
You
going
do
to.
realize there's assassins behind us. Assassin
Are there?
3, Assassin 4.
Oh, hey, there's some assassins back there. I didn't see them. They didn't show up very well.
They're very sneaky.
Leo's
are kinda
going to go, fine. You don't appreciate me? I'm just going to sit here and I'll lean up against a wall and look at my nails or something.
I just see 3. Where's the other ones behind us? Oh, there's 4.
Yeah. I realized after the fact that I probably shouldn't.
There's 5 assassins.
Yes, there are in fact 5. All right, so with that,
Right. Okay. So let's see here. I'm probably going to target this fellow and start heading in that direction. Luckily, my move is up to 4. And I
Okay,
have
now that guy
the
is up on top of the building.
Okay, that changes things. I
Sorry.
can't get that guy. So I was there. So I'm going to presume that Leo is smart enough to go for the guys on the rooftops. Let's see. I am advancing forward then, with an eye towards protecting our principal.
What about
Right.
Assassin 3? Is he on a roof?
Okay. Assassin 3 is on the ground. Assassin 4 is on the roof. Assassin 5 is basically behind that little gateway thing and basically did a pop-up. Actually, I don't think that is a gate.
So it looks like we got to go up the stairs to get to him.
So you would have to go up the stairs to get to that guy. Assassin 1 is on the roof. Well, not on the roof. He's over the wall.
So again, have to go up the
And-
stairs to get to him.
Yeah, you'd have to go around to get to him, unless you shoot him in the face. And Assassin 2 is on the ground.
How much time do we have? When the trap is sprung, do we have time to like ready weapons and stuff like that before combat starts, or is that happening right now?
Combat is starting now. You will have been ready. I mean, you would have had the bow out at least. It's all strung and everything. Now, you might have to fast draw the arrow. I don't think you would have had it not. Well, I guess you might run around that way. You can make the case.
It depends if there's we notice some movement. It takes a couple of seconds for them
We
to
were
start to
pre-warned
emerge.
by Umbrus that we potentially may come into a fighting. So he said to come ready.
You were expecting a fight, and you had just a little bit of forewarning when they popped up. So you noticed just in time.
Right, so I will have an arrow ready then.
I can live with that.
And the ones with the icons are indicated as being elevated, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Number 4, does he have any cover or anything to that effect?
I'm gonna say no. You got a little bit of an up angle on it, but he's kind of out at the end of the awning there.
Night vision?
Darkness is 4, but your night vision will be negating that.
And do they have any sort of noticeable armor?
Not in the dark.
Well, it's not dark for Leo.
It's still dark. You can just see. No, it's not obvious whether or not they're wearing armor, but they're not wearing bulky armor.
Could you turn on the range penalty?
Meanwhile, I'm going clank, 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 clank.
Is it showing now?
I'm not seeing it.
I don't know why I see it. Do I need
Maybe
to?
have
I
to
need to.
reshare?
I got to jiggle the thing. Where the hell is that button now? No, not that one.
That was wrong. Moving crappy 3, not because I forgot to add some stuff on there.
How about now?
I'm not seeing it.
I see it.
That's weird.
Yeah,
How
I
about
see
now?
it. I see it. What color is your? Oh no, you're yellow. Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, so I jiggled the. I
Good
jiggled
Lord,
the hexes.
Yeah, never mind.
Murdoch and Leo probably need to remove their fatigue because you guys should be rested.
Actually, I think I know what the issue is.
No. Oh, Leo. Yeah.
Yes, it is. That range penalty disappears when you full screen the map. So you know how there's the little you can full screen a map
really?
so that it occupies the desktop of of Fantasy Grounds.
Yeah, I never do that.
Yeah, when it's like that, then the range penalties disappear. It's odd.
Whatever. Carry on. All right, so you got it now, though? Yeah. All right, Zing. Were you doing torso?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. They are probably going to get defenses. So, well, actually, they just fired.
So did they do all out attack range?
They probably did all out for the ranged.
Nice.
These are little dinky crossbows, so yeah, he's gonna take that. That was a crappy roll. But it'll still hurt.
Because, torso. Yeah, you need to roll to see if it actually did hit vitals. Vittles, even.
Let's see. Who was that? That's a 4. Dun, dun, dun. We are going to call it at that. Right. Ding.
Is that like a wall I have to go around, or can I go over it?
That is...
Dude, Kool-Aid Man, you can go through it. But you have to shout, "Oh, yeah," as you do.
Wait, where are you pointing? Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm going to say that's, I don't know, not quite chest high stone wall. So you'd have to go over it. I'll make you dex check it.
Or jump. While singing Van Halen. Why'd you go there?
I got to go around the wall.
You can go over it, can't you?
Oh, no, that's it goes all the way up. It's shaded right there, but it's still there.
Yeah.
So if you're going
Just
around
go
it,
over
you
it.
have to go there.
You ready to
can
go
hop it.
over it?
Well, he will if he fails the jump/dex thing and falls flat on his face.
Well, then we laugh.
I
That might
won't
happen
see
anyway.
it because I'm lumbering forward slowly.
Or would it be more of a climbing check?
It's just dex in this case. You did well climbing, I guess.
It doesn't matter.
But
He
you
made
made
a
it.
dex check. Wow, your dex is only 11?
Exactly.
That's above average. Okay, so you managed to.
Be trying to be intimidating towards this assassin. I'm gonna
Here we
kill
go.
you.
I tell you what, let's save that one
Logical,
for the next round. I'll consider your charge to be a part of it, though.
Sorry, I'm checking my move. Okay, 4.
You're facing that's not right. Not you, Paul.
I'll move up.
That's better.
Trying to get myself
Okay.
into a position where I can be of some assistance.
You're covering. Dustin, do something cool.
Well, it depends upon your definition of cool, because at the moment, all I'm thinking of is revving up an ice dagger.
Yeah,
I don't
you
know,
know how
that's
that's
pretty
going to
cool.
go. It's gonna,
Oh,
you're gonna hold it for 3 rounds, and the fight's gonna be over.
I mean, maybe. You don't know my life.
All right. Well, let's see. Number 4 is going to sit there and
there's
and
that
make a
record
roll.
scratch. Is he's like, I know you're wondering, how did I get here?
Uh-huh. Let's see.
Truth is, I made some bad life decisions. Then the elf shot me in the kidney.
Okay. Number 1 and number 5, both at the wall, are going to ready a second crossbow. Basically just pointing it. The 2 guys.
5.
Yeah,
Number
1 and
3.
5.
Okay.
So 2 and 3. Okay, 2 is definitely going to take a step forward and ready another crossbow as well, while 3 is
Reconsidering his life choices.
staring down a mad dwarf who's running at him, and he is going to take a step back and attempt to break line of sight. All right. The bodyguards are going to sleep, and I'm going to skip you. Let's see. The other bodyguard is going to turn and charge at the
Stairs.
wall guys. Yeah. Dexter and Umbris are both going to draw weapons and try to figure out which direction to face. Actually, they're going to go for cover.
Well, that answers that question because I was like planning on going over there to.
Almost back to back.
Actually, I know exactly where I'm going. I'm going right there. All right. So as stated, I am moving to this spot here and shifting. Obviously it won't be this round, but probably next round I'm going to be shifting into defense to protect Umbris and this Dexter guy with the shield.
Right.
So they readied crossbows. They didn't aim or anything like that.
Had to ready him first.
So it was in their offhand. I guess technically they're aiming.
Okay.
Offhand, that's -4 to hit.
Unless they're trained.
Nope, they're not trained.
We can only hope.
Damn ninja assassins, man.
All right.
Message for you, sir.
Leo is going to all out as well.
All right. Who's your new target? Or same target?
There you go. I've got it all done.
I still have you pointed at 4. Are you still shooting at 4?
Yes, because he's stunned.
He doesn't like
Okay.
4. 4 is a terrible number for him. To the elves, that means you're, third place loser.
Then how about you, sir?
I guess Leo will take a step.
And loose.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Where's the table?
Dustin dies.
Dustin rejects this idea.
Well, I guess that sort of makes sense. You were
It
stepping
was the
Took a
loose
step
forward.
stone.
upstairs.
And you're like, whoa.
A loose cobblestone rolled under your foot.
All right. Well, that
And
was
then,
odd.
he's like he pauses. For
Leo
an-
stops and just go, fascinating.
pauses for an extra round to make sure nobody actually noticed that.
So I'm gonna be
Leo doesn't
Do
miss
something
often.
cool.
screaming at this guy, I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna try to ball him over with my shield. Do a charge
shield bash.
shield bash.
So
So-
that's going
Or
to be
shield
a
slams.
slam. Shield slam.
Yeah, slam.
I can never tell the difference. So
Can I do my intimidation roll at this point?
Sure.
Any pluses, since I obviously am trying to kill this guy?
Just roll it and see. Yeah, that's a pretty good roll.
point of order. Just not point of order, but a point of reflection from Murdoch. You might actually look at the fearsome stare perk, which lets you,
Uh-huh.
I think, do a intimidate as a free action, because I think technically this is all you should be able to do with you're making a skill check. But
All right.
maybe
Well,
you're like building up for that.
Well, I think it's like I'm building up. I'm running. I'm screaming at him. Ah!
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I am intimidating him as part of a. It is a
The,
skill challenge in a way.
Fearsome stare is a thing you'll probably want, but not for this purpose. So are you doing the move and attack version, or are you going all out?
Doing, I think, all out attack slam.
So, which are you doing? All out strong or all out determined?
All out determined still allows me to defend, or
Nope. All out. All out is no defense.
but that also means I get to roll my standard attack, right?
Yes.
Because if I do the move and attack, then I'm only I'm at a what is it?
You're doing a slam, so that doesn't affect it.
Okay. No, I still want to defend, so I'm not going to do an all-out attack.
Okay.
But I am going to do a slam.
Okay, so you're doing the move and attack version.
Yes.
You are going to roll shield skill. To
I'll be
hit
rushed?
him. Yes. And you will add your shield's defense bonus if it's not already calculated.
Right now it shows a 16.
Maybe. But your shield skill is 16 or is it 14?
It's 14.
So successful hit, no problem. He is going to get defense. He will dodge and probably give ground.
He can't. He already retreated.
No, he stepped back.
Ah!
That was on his turn. Dodge. Did that roll? How about now?
We see
Yeah.
how it is.
All right. You ran right into his face with that shield, and he fell back away from it, took the energy out of it. He is defended.
Intimidation didn't give him any minuses.
That's a separate issue.
Where is sacrificial block at? Not in the basic.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to run it up on Assassin 2.
Gotcha. That's going to take a while.
Yep. At least 2 more rounds. 3.
Yep, another round of Revan.
Roger. Assassins. All right. Bodyguard number 3 is going to get whacked. Assassin number 4 is going to fall back. But not very quickly. Assassin number 1 is going to take a shot at... I don't know why he would shoot at Sir Kenrick. He's probably going to shoot at Dexter. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to find sacrifice block, because
Yeah.
don't.
Well, that's a
actually
bit of
see-
a bit of a long shot, and it's not quite that good. These are little dinky hand crossbows, so he well, there's a chance he could hit Umbrus, I suppose. That's a negative. That shot was no good. Let's see, number 2 is still advancing 1 and looks like he's going to retarget and point at Getwell because he's charging. But he is aiming. Number 3 is going to execute the better part of valor and attempt to escape. Let's see. I don't have enough map here, but he's going to be off, and he is going to be faster than Murdoch, so Murdoch's not going to be able to catch him. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. All right. You can skip the bodyguards. Dexter is aware that he just got shot at, so I think he and Umbrus are both going to hug this cover over here. And wait to see how this shakes out.
All right. So I think I'm going to do a step and a all-out defense double. No, not double. I can't double with a shield.
Right. Well, you can't.
Is that a tree approximately where my arrow is in circle?
That does look like a small tree, yes.
Yeah. So it's probably just going to be a step, and I guess actually take that. Sort of a wait. I'm basically acting as defense and cover for these guys.
You're just intending to do a sacrifice.
Exactly,
Sacrifice
which I
dodge.
can't find. Well, I was looking more for block because he's using a shield for that. Not quite a freaking front door on his arm, but he's trying to do that.
All right, so Laodin has.
You broke up there.
Oh, Laodin.
No, he didn't.
Did for me.
Well, that's your problem. Laodin should be still knocked and ready to shoot.
Okay. Then he will. Same as before.
He's going to get half cover. This time he has retreated back across the roof. I'll call it -2.
Okay, what about the other guys? Have they got cover? So 5.
Which ones?
Sorry. 1.
One will have cover. Yes, he's just basically head and shoulders over the top of the wall over there.
All right, so it was -2 cover, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take a step.
More carefully
And
this time.
Hopefully.
We'll have to see. So it's 2. It's 5.
We have faith in you. You can do it. Presumably.
Leo will also go for the vitals, I think.
Had enough games, huh?
So that would reduce the whatchamajoogie, right?
That'll
Get rid of
in this case it will negate the
cover.
All right, so there'll be a further -1 on this then.
Right, gotcha. Then that's all you needed. His chances are pretty damn bad right now.
We approve of the message.
Because he is at half move and dodge. And that was not even a good roll to start with. He is done. Not even going to roll.
Does he have any DR? I'm just curious how much damage he just did to this
just
dude.
leather.
So that's like maybe 2. So that's 7 times 3 is what, 21? Ow.
Done. All right, so
He
Murdoch, you
peeked
realize
right
you're
out.
not going to be able to catch him, but you're going to pursue anyway. Yell and scream and
No. If do I get the sense
boogity.
he's basically fleeing for his life?
he might. He's not. You find the right words. Not so much fleeing for his life as it is just fleeing.
Ow.
I mean, you did scare him. You saw his eyes get really wide. He
There
was
might have been
definitely
a
convinced that
Trickle
you're
brown
going to kill
coming
him.
down his pants.
Yeah, there may be a little bit of pee. But he's under his own control at this point. He's not running uncontrollably, but he is getting out of here really fast. Murdoch turns around and comes back. Make you. You are looking at a little shiny metal hand crossbow pointed in your direction.
I'm going to use what's little bit of that tree to maybe give me a little bit of cover.
Yeah, that's a maybe.
Just a little bit of cover. How do you do defensive again?
Defensive.
I remember.
Defensive what?
Defense?
That's what
Defensive attack?
Hold on. No, just defensive movement. Defensive movement.
There isn't a thing. You can do all out defense. If you do dodge, all out dodge, then you can move your full move and also have the bonus to dodge. That's probably what you're thinking.
Oh, all out dodge. Step, but if increased dodge is chosen, I can move up to half. So,
But you could move full.
half forward, full is move and attack. All out defense increased is +2 to 1 active dodge, parry, or block step. But if increased dodge is chosen, half, because you're kind of doing the jinking thing. Is my
I
guess?
could swear it was full. Whatever.
Stop swearing.
Well, I'm hoping that I'm going to get a little bit of, even a couple points for this, and then more than likely I'm going to have to move again.
Yeah, it's
closer,
a small
and then-
tree and it's really low, so it should give you something.
Yeah, that's all I need, just a little bit. Hopefully he'll kind of think, well, this guy's coming straight at me. I'll just wait until he gets a little closer and shoot me point blank. All
right. This is Dustin's last chance.
Yeah, I need to. I will actually this time step and rev. There we go.
Are you still revving?
Yeah.
Well, you have to actually physically throw that thing, don't you?
I do, yeah.
All right, well. So number 1 and number 5 will disappear behind that wall. Number 4 has most likely expired. Number 3 is running away. And number 2 has got 1 shot. God help us all. All right, give me the thing. Here we go. And that was a crappy shot. His heart was not in it. And he did not do all out because he's not hanging around. Okay, yeah, that one went wide and got caught in the tree. It's probably hanging there in the leaves. Dexter and Umbrus are going to remain in position. It looks like the battle is at hand. Or to hand.
Scouting is them to stay in cover. 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to start heading in that direction since the dudes were very clearly did not have an angle on them anymore.
Okay, so at this point the fight is effectively over.
Destin's like, of course it is.
Because of course it is. The only ones that could potentially get another crack in are Leodin if he shoots at one of the guys fleeing on, and Dustin if he throws a Hail Mary with the ice pick. So your
Might
call
as
whether
well,
you want to push
Dustin.
that.
Yeah, of course.
And he hits get well.
The only one that Leo can go for is number 2.
Number 3 is off the map to the north, but he's probably hugging the building, so you probably can't get an angle on him either. Number 2, I think you'd be shooting through that tree.
Leo doesn't have an effective line of sight on anyone, so
Yeah.
Actually, I
He's
think
not
he's
like
got
it.
a wall in between them and the 3.
he's not feeling
Maybe.
particularly murderous, so He will just be alert.
All right. So the only other one is Dustin here.
Thrown and missed.
All right then. Was it even close?
No.
All right. So combat is effectively over in this case, and so you guys are fairly satisfied that you have chased off the attempted assassins.
Is it
And
really
At
gonna
least
get
one
a
that's
chance?
up there.
Can I get at least one chance to throw my thing at this dude before he gets too far away?
all right, I forgot that you threw things. I'll give you that.
Don't you run from me!
It'll
gonna roll a
be a
3
bit
here.
of a so. Let's see. You're just going to basically take a step around there, so he's going to be in about the same place.
Well, I'm gonna wait. He's gonna turn and run, isn't he?
He is in the process of turning and running. Yes. So he fired at
Then-
you. He missed. He's done.
Oh. So at the point he's turns his back on me, I'm gonna chase him, keep chasing him until he turns his back, and then I'm chucking that thing.
So it's
the
probably
range will end up being roughly what you got there,
Okay.
basically a weight then.
but it will be at his back.
So in the unlikely event you actually hit, he cannot dodge.
I don't know. That's possible.
You're gonna roll a Dustin
7 yards.
Throw. Dustin like, hey now.
Big money.
Big money. Come on. Come on.
Make you feel better.
Arg! Blah.
Yeah, no. You need like a seeker mace or something.
Rack.
Well, it made you feel better to throw it, but yeah. Anywho, so you guys chase off the assassins. Everybody's coming out from cover, satisfied. Dextrin goes over and checks on the bodyguards. They look like they're in a bad way. I don't know if Getwell has any anti-poison.
I think I do. Hold on, let me see what I got. I've got neutralized poison. Yes, I do.
Okay. How many times can you get away with casting that, you think? Never
Let's
mind the
see. It
crits.
cost me 5. So
Yeah.
I can do it twice, and then I'm gonna have to drink some pout. So I can probably pull it off 3 times.
Okay. Then, if you are willing to
But I'm
do
gonna
that,
be
you can
exhausted.
save. You can save the 3 bodyguards.
Do it to it.
What's
All
your
right, I will drop
what's your
my
level in the
14.
spell? Okay.
14.
Don't worry about rolling
Okay,
that.
I'm gonna drop the 2 spells active to boost
Okay.
my ability, and then
So you will
bam.
you will save them from certain doom just in the nick of time, and Dexter will thank you on behalf of their families. And as you're getting into the cleanup there, Dexter will once again face off with Umbris, and Umbris will hand him the letter, and Dexter will look over the letter and look over it again and say,
So Dexter's suddenly an elf.
just very briefly, kind of looked like one. To be continued.
Dun dun dun.
Dun.
Question is Assassin 4 still up on the roof?
He was.
He might
no.
come sliding down.
Oh yeah, he is. He is definitely still up there. He's not going anywhere.
So we might be able to search him for maybe any clues.
If you wanted to loot him, you probably can. I'll tell you that they have little metal hand crossbows that have been expended. They have some some bolts that go with them. So it might be useful to you. It's one of those little pistol crossbows you could potentially hide in a under a coat or in a big sleeve or something.
Why
if
would
you
I do
really
that?
wanted to. Sir Kendrick would never do that, but somebody else might. If you're
I'll
of
take
a mind
it.
to keep it, it's at least a
course
nice
you will.
toy, if nothing else. As far as other loot on the assassins goes, I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't think they're going to have a
There's
whole lot.
only the
though.
one.
And there's only the one. And other than that, does anybody have any bookkeeping and stuff you want to do? Oh, right. Title. This is the tournament job, part 1.
The looking at the fearsome stare, all it says is allows use of intimidation without talking.
Right. Normally you have to speak to somebody in order to intimidate them. With the fearsome stare, you don't have to speak. You can just give them the look and then roll intimidate. It's a minor
sometimes think
perk,
my
but,
dad had that.
Yeah. As
Actually,
much as you like to intimidate people, that seems like a thing you would want.
Yeah, I think I will purchase that perk.
That's cool. Bennies. Who's up for Bennies today? What kind of votes we got?
Damn, I'm terrible about this.
I'm kind of leaning toward giving one to Murdoch because he had to shoulder quite a lot of the load of keeping the secret. So I'm just going to give him one for that. I'm also kind of thinking Laodin had to really push himself there.
How so?
Well, but in the end, you had actually spent that point in savoir-faire, so you kind of got a return on that, I guess. That's what saved you.
I would go with Kenrick because he actually had. I'm just impressed with his jousting.
He was very good with his lance.
He handles his lance well.
You guys make it so dirty.
Wow. They really do.
Why not?
He thrust that lance at many people with great skill.
You don't have to keep doing that.
With vim and vigor.
Yeah, very well. All right. So Benny's bookkeeping. So this session, everybody's getting 5 points. This is a bit of a catch up. You guys are instead of 1, you are getting 5.
Ooh.
So you're just getting caught up. You've had like several months of campaign time so far, but you also spent 2 weeks already at the tournament doing stuff, and you've got another 2 weeks to go. So this is one of those points that I said should be coming.
So 5 points. Nice.
Now I have to
5 points.
determine.
So everybody should be 10 points over what you started with the exception of Sir Kenrick, who Phil's been doing the write-ups.
That's right.
Having said that, does that change? Does anybody have any bookkeeping?
Well, like I said, I'm doing the fearsome stare. So
Leo will probably get no nuisance effect and stuff, but I'll do that next time.
Right.
I'm trying to talk myself out of improving my lance, so I don't get booted next in the first round of next week.
Well, I know I've said this to you before, but this is going to be a pretty good time, especially if you end up winning, to bump your status up to its natural position.
Possibly, yeah, maybe. I think I'm gonna hold off and look over the week to try to figure out what I want to do.
Other than that, anybody have any questions? Anything we need to clear up?
Does anybody have any some more of the GURPS books they might be able to send me, like the Power Ups 1, 2, and 3?
We have lots of GURPS books, but you should buy them because buying GURPS books is cool. And I'm going to say that on the stream.
And I agree with it.
I agree too.
But it's not untrue. Although, depending on if you just need to know what some of the stuff that's available is, I'm sure we can work something out. Anybody else?
I might start trying to improve some of my alchemy or herbal lore stuff to better support the party with potions and other concoctions.
That's true. You guys don't have any potions. You need potions.
Well, I technically can make them.
Yep.
Yeah. The way the scheduling of the adventures are going to go, it's going to start spreading out a little more in the next few. So you'll have a little more downtime in between.
Here, drink this.
No.
Why do I feel better and have the munchies?
Oh, it's so doing quirks too. I will absolutely do that. Anybody else?
Tastes
Not at the moment.
horrible. Halitosis.
If you're watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Limp us out.
Bye.